of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Wednesday morning. Let's see what's making headlines today. Nigerian equities market reports 1.33 trillion naira loss. Nigeria's minimum wage insufficient to lift citizens out of poverty, says U.S. government. PENCOM blacklists 7 mortgage banks over non-compliance with housing loan guidelines. UK, France, and Germany ready to reimpose sanctions on Iran over nuclear program. The Tigers set for AfroBasket 2025 showdown with Senegal. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the equities market, after a day of bullish sessions, reversed its bullish trend on Tuesday, recording a loss of 1.33 trillion naira due to sell-offs. According to reports, the sell-offs in major stocks like Dangote Cement, RT Briscoe, Royal Exchange, Jay's Bank, Wapik Insurance, and 34 other stocks drove the market into negative territory. The market capitalization of listed equities, however, dropped by 1.33 trillion naira from 91.561 trillion naira to close at 90.227 trillion naira. The report shows that the all-share index also declined by 1.46%, shedding 2,109 points to close at 142,613.47 compared to the previous day. Real Exchange reportedly led the losers chart by 10%, settling at 2.52 naira, while Dangote Cement dropped by 9.88%, finishing at 520 naira per share. Moving on, the government of the United States has revealed currency devaluation in Nigeria has reduced the value of the 70,000 naira minimum wage, making it lower in value and insufficient to lift citizens out of poverty. According to the 2024 country report on human rights practice, the new minimum wage at 70,000 naira is equivalent to $47.90 per month and rarely effectively enforced by the Nigerian government. Some states, according to the report, are declining to implement the minimum wage law, citing financial constraints, adding that the number of labor inspectors was insufficient to enforce compliance. The report also noted that between 70 and 80% of the country's working population work in the informal economy, with authorities not enforcing wage and hour laws. Now, still on, the National Pension Commission has directed pension fund administrators and custodians to immediately stop accepting or processing equity contribution applications submitted by 7 primary mortgage banks over alleged non-compliance with the housing loan guidelines. In a circular dated August 11, 2025, signed by the head of Benefits and Insurance Department, Obiora Ibeziako, and addressed to PFAs and PFCs, PENCOM listed the affected institutions including Jigawa Savings and Loans Limited, FHA Mortgage Bank Limited, Delta Trust Mortgage Bank Limited, AG Mortgage Bank Limited, Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank PLC, First Trust Mortgage Bank Limited, and Mutual Alliance Mortgage Bank Limited. Spokesperson for PENCOM, Ibrahim Buwai, explained that the decision followed the failure of these affected mortgage banks to generate the loans for which pension funds had been approved. To end the local news, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority has announced that all mobile phones must be completely switched off during flight takeoff and landing. The Director General of Authority, Captain Chris Najomo, revealed this during a stakeholders meeting in Abuja on Tuesday. Najomo declared that all passengers must now completely switch off electronic devices during flights, ending the long-standing flight mode practice. The director says the regulation concerning phones and other electronic devices in Nigeria has now been unified, stressing that the widely accepted flight mode option will no longer be permitted. Najomo announced a series of tough measures to address the growing trend of unruly passenger behavior across the country's airports, warning that the era of business as usual is over. And on the foreign scene, the UK, France, and Germany have told the United Nations they're ready to reimpose sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program if it fails to resume talks by the end of August. The 3 countries known as the E3 revealed they were prepared to trigger a snapback mechanism, insisting the previous sanctions would be reinstated unless Iran resumes negotiations. The E3 announced that they had offered to extend a deadline for negotiations in the end of August, which they said Iran has not replied to. According to report, Iranian lawmaker Manouche Motaki says Iran's parliament was ready to withdraw from a nuclear deal which restricted its nuclear program if new sanctions were put in place. And also, the official spokesperson for the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Majed Al-Ansari, has confirmed the Palestinian resistance movement Hamas's approval of the new ceasefire proposal in Gaza. In this regard, he mentioned a temporary truce for 60 days during which several prisoners will be exchanged along with the repositioning of Israeli forces and the intensification of humanitarian aid entry. The Qatari official who added that Hamas's response was very positive and the mediation is still awaiting Israel's official response, expressed that the region is going through a critical humanitarian movement, adding that everyone will face an unprecedented catastrophe if an agreement is not reached. Al-Ansari pointed out that the mediation is still in the response exchange phase, adding that if an agreement is reached between the two sides, a technical phase will begin to discuss the details of its implementation. And also sport, Nigeria's The Tigers are gearing up for a critical AfroBasket 2025 quarterfinal clash against Senegal on Wednesday 2025 in Luanda, Angola. Having dominated Group B with victories over Madagascar, Tunisia and Cameroon, the team is poised to leverage its offensive depth and momentum in this high-stakes match. Senegal, a five-time AfroBasket champion, secured the quarterfinal spot with a 78-65 playoff win over South Sudan, following a 2-1 group stage record with wins against Uganda, Mali and a loss to Egypt. A team official says the players are highly motivated, especially with the support of President Bola Tinubu's reward system for successful athletes. Now, to end the news, Ademola Lookman has rejoined Atalanta's training camp on Tuesday after abandoning sessions for several weeks in an attempt to force a move to Inter Milan. According to reports, the Nigerian international could now face disciplinary action and a fine from the club. Inter Milan's pursuit of the 2024 CAF African Player of the Year collapsed after Atalanta rejected their €45 million bid, including bonuses. Despite weeks of negotiations, Latvia refused to budge, prompting Lookman to hand in a transfer request, accusing the club of breaking promises. Now that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the Newspaper Review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Noma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, August 20th.
On this day in 1958, Godi Jedi Agba was born. He is a Nigerian bureaucrat, politician, and former Group General Manager of the Crude Oil Marketing Division at Nigerian National Petroleum Company, also known as NNPC. He is the first son of His Royal Highness Uti J.D. Agba, the paramount ruler of Obudu Area Council in Cross River State. He bagged his first degree in International Studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State in 1983. In 1989, he proceeded to University of Lagos, Akoka for his master's degree in international law and diplomacy. He was honored as an officer of the Order of the Federal Republic in September 2012. Gotti began his career in the Federal Civil Service in September 1984 as an Assistant Secretary 2 and was posted in October 1985 to the Federal Development Authority FDA Lagos as Senior Assistant Secretary. In 1987, he rose to Deputy Liaison Officer and by 1989 became Personal Assistant to the Minister of Special Duties under the Presidency, a role he held until December 1990 when he moved to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a Personal Assistant to the Minister of State. He served there until 1993 before becoming Personal Assistant to the Secretary of State, a position he held until 1995 when he joined the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. At NNPC, he advanced to Head of Market Research in the Crude Oil Marketing Department and later became Head of Gas Liquids and Condensate Sales in the same department. He left NNPC in 2014 to pursue a career in politics, and in July 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari nominated him as minister. On 21st August 2019, he was officially appointed Minister of State for Power. And on this day in 2023, Spain defeated England by scoring 1-0 to win the country's first Women's World Cup. Women's World Cup is an international football competition that determines the world champion among women's national teams. Like the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup is governed by the Federation Internationale de Football Association, also known as FIFA, and takes place every 4 years. The field for the Women's World Cup is determined by various international sectional competitions held over the course of several years before the final elimination event. The inaugural tournament in 1991 was won by the United States. This initial contest and the 1995 iteration of the Women's World Cup featured 12 international teams in the final tournament. The field expanded to 16 teams in 1999 and to 24 teams in 2015.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where
project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jackman, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we're set to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Of course, I'm not doing this alone this morning. I'm joined by the ready by Onyeka Valentine on a lovely Wednesday morning in Lagos. Dry morning, no rains, good weather. It's a good day. It's a good day. So let's see what we have on a good day on the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the Business Day newspaper says MTN NB Guinness to resume dividend payments as pressure eases. That's MTN Nigeria Breweries and Guinness to resume dividend payments as pressure eases. Cadbury, Unilever, NASCON join list of payers. And big story 2 says why Naira may come under fresh pressure in H2. That's H2 half year. It says NBA writes AGF and demands immediate release of Osun local government funds. Niger's Eurobond market return likely. Niger's Eurobond market return likely on expected US rate cut. Let's talk about dividend payment firstly.
Okay, so it's, well, I say it's good news for a business and business people and people who really believe in investing in stocks. However, before we even jump into the fact that now, the so-called heated relationship between these big companies and people who run the stocks, let's understand what dividends really means for people who don't really know. So when companies come together and say, look, for what it's worth, those of you who are who like to buy shares and who are part of this share brokers deal, as the case may be, we are paying this amount of money, right, to be able to keep your trust in us. That's dividends. So, but the question now is this: why did they place a halt on it in the first place? If you remember, there was a time when some of these companies wanted to leave Nigeria due to the way regulators were howling on them. I mean, they had their knee on their throats, so it was difficult for them to operate, seeing that you had a lot of electricity issues, electricity cuts, epileptic power supply, somewhat way insecurity. Most of the facilities in remote areas were being vandalized, like MTN and its other, telecoms, some telecoms, because these people, when they have their mass in those areas, security network there actually must be adequate because they're spending the money to do this. So when those things are vandalized, it could put strain on the company. So most of these companies at some point started experiencing a lot of setbacks. However, again, the government also came to clamp down on them. Say, look, this is the amount of money we pay in tax. Some of them were increased, some of them had issues. Guinness at some point we also wanted to, close shop due to one or two issues with the government. But we're glad that they're all seeming, put this way, they're now all looking as if it's going to favor Nigerians. And if it seems that way, which means it means one thing, that this idea of dividends being paid is going to be on a constant level, which is good for business, which will encourage more people to want to go out there and say, what are shares like? What will I enjoy in another 10, 20 years from now? Economists will agree that this is a good move moving forward. And this will also, there's something we're not saying, it will strengthen the roots of these companies, and they want to begin to employ again. They open their doors to more, inflow of, or put it this way, more, call them young people. And to integrate them means you're giving them employment, which is good. Employment will obviously take that idea of being, idle away from our youth. So I think it's a good thing. But is it sustainable? That'll be another question for another day.
Okay. Why won't it be sustainable?
So the reason why it might not be sustainable is this: is the economy as a whole sustainable? Is the naira climbing and gaining weight over the dollar? Because most of these companies, they trade in dollars. If you look at it, most of what they bring in is import. Very few, apart from the brains that we have and work power, which is locally sourced, most of what they use to run their companies is imported. In fact, speaking about the brains themselves and the workforce, they bring in expatriates also. And it only means one thing, that if the expatriates are coming in more than those who are on ground to be employed, that's not really good for us. I think there was a time when they were trying to balance it, this percentage of expatriates, this percentage of Nigerians should be employed. I think the labor union should really look into this and say, increase the employability of more Nigerians, increase that percentage more. Yes, you need expatriates to train these people, but the time has come now when we need to be to say, let more than 50% of the things you use to make your byproducts be gotten from Nigeria. This way, we encourage local content. You encourage local content means that our economy will grow. It only means one thing, that we will begin to gain over the dollar. Maybe not necessarily over the dollar per se, but we'll gain some height. And in the near future, who knows? We'll probably be enjoying what we used to enjoy in 1974, when $1 was not up to 1 naira.
Do you think things could ever reduce?
Well, they say
like in terms of when we're talking about money, do you think that the inflation rate could go lower?
It is possible that we could experience, a drop in this inflation thing, and the naira could gain weight if those in leadership do the right thing. It's a tough job to be in the space of leadership, because a lot of other things will come your way, right? There's some other interest that might make you not want to make strong decisions. But as a leader, it's important that you make decisions that will be in the interest of the nation and not necessarily in your own personal interest. Until our politicians begin to see, keep your personal gains aside and focus on Nigeria. Nigeria for Nigerians, Nigeria on a long term, this way, right? Until then, I think it might be difficult for our economy to peak or it doesn't tank.
Okay, speaking about our economy peaking, let's move to the Punch paper this morning on the BusinessDay newspaper review. The Punch paper says, capital projects crumble as state cuts spending. And this is on page 2 of the Punch paper this morning. It says, government cites insecurity, red tape for 2.7 trillion naira capital spending in 6 months amid rising travel and wage bills. And on page 30 of the Punch paper, still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, 2027 shutdown. Wike fire shots at Amechi, Babachir, trashes ADC. Wike, it's an absolute showman.
Again, these are two strong, political, I'll call them weight. They've always been at each other for a long time now. But it's strange to see that both of them come from the same state and they're throwing jabs at each other at the federal level. Does this signal something? Or are we just seeing another movie where when they're done throwing jabs in front of the TV, they go behind the scene and enjoy coffee? We don't know.
Let's still see some of the stories are quite juicy. Page 2 says RMAFC faces backlash over pay raise for political office holders. We saw earlier in the week, the news had said that they were asking for a pay raise, and we were a little bit shocked. And then we had seen that the president was on a 1.5 million naira salary or something like that. And then, but we obviously know that that's exclusive of the add-ons, the allowances, and all of that. So it is just a 1.5 and open your mouth and say, how come? But when you think of the add-ons, what what does it accumulate to? So now that now that the pay raise is on the way, RMAFC is facing some backlash because of this pay raise. Because obviously, I'm sure the conversation will be around why are they raising their pay when other things are lacking. And this other story here on page 3 says court blocks ex-NNPCL boss account amid EFCC probe. EFCC has really been hard at work these days.
I think we need to give them, some accolades. Maybe they're not getting all the round of applause they're supposed to get, because 2025 we've really seen them crack down on I won't call them expectations, but politicians who are no longer holding public offices, and of course those who have mismanaged funds, whether you're a consultant at the time of some certain government that was in power. I see that EFCC, they're throwing their net even far deeper into the blue sea. This is the question now: why they throw that net? Can we see that they also catch all the whales and not just catch small fish? Can we see that they throw in and they catch variety of fish? I'm using very strong metaphors here. Can we see that when they throw that net, they say no, we've caught Mami, let's leave the Mami. Mami is a sacred cow. No sacred cow in this business. Let them throw that net of trying to get everyone who has stolen our money and do it without sentiment. So maybe for the first time I should give them accolades, which I hardly do. But EFCC.
You don't hardly do. You give a lot of accolades. Anyway, let's move on. The 6 governors unite to woo foreign investors via new platform. This is on page 17 of the Punch paper this morning. On page 2, on the Oni and Alafin feud, says Yoruba elders wade in as Alafin Oni feud escalates. This is about time for them to wade in because we don't want it to get out of hand. And on page 30 of the Punch paper this morning, ex-NNPCL spokesman canvasses tax relief for media houses. Interesting.
Please, can you read that again? That's
ex-NNPCL spokesman canvasses tax relief for media houses.
It's
exciting.
Yes, because it's hitting right, at our doorstep.
Hitting on the spot.
And the reason why we would like to emphasize that, even though I might sound a bit, one-sided, but truth be told, we are the ones bringing the news to people. And we're working very hard, research. People don't see what's going to be on the camera. The producers, the technical directors must give them accolades to those who set camera. There's a lot, that's put in place. Those who stay at home at night, preparing, we come on TV and we present and we.
Right.
So if we're seeing things like this, which means that it only means one thing: the taxes are going to be cut. Relief and then the soft pedal, which means media houses can have more money to increase salaries, to increase pay.
Will that really happen? Does anything ever get increased? Okay. Well, you find that even if things get increased, it reduces back. That's a story for another day. Page 7 says, our church attackers have ties to Al-Shabaab.
Okay, can I lean back on this?
No, you should lean back.
If they have ties to Al-Shabaab, it's nothing to smile about. This is a serious matter. In fact, it is so serious that we need to begin to understand the dynamics surrounding this. What this means is we might begin to ask huge questions that worry or that bother on our future as a country. Al-Shabaab, this is not a small terrorist organization, as the case may be. They have, in many ways, carried out some very strong attacks that even the United States will turn around and like, what is going on here? Right? They don't play fairly. They punch below the belt. Meaning to say that we need to begin to understand one thing. This is no longer a fight for the control of Sambisa forest and the minerals there, which we know is the reason why Boko Haram, they're pitching their tents there and then moving back and forth, trying to elude our security forces. However, if we're seeing this in the news, and if this is, again, as much as it's news, is hope it is good news and hope it is correct news and not fake news. But if it is credible news, look, our 7-point agenda needs to narrow down to one agenda. Curb insecurity. And not just put a band-aid over it. This is a serious matter. If they have ties to these people and a DSS has come out to say this, does this mean that it has overwhelmed them? Because I know DSS, for what it's worth, they have a lot of information that they will never put out there. Only when it starts overwhelming them, when they say, look, you know what, this thing, the public has to know about it. So in events where it goes overboard and they cannot no longer, curtail or turn off the tap.
Right.
we should prepare for the worst. So are they telling us that? Are they saying Nigerians prepare for the worst and hope for the best? These are questions that need to be asked. However, in the interest of Nigerians of whom we represent, maybe we should ask those questions and say, DSS, are you saying this has overwhelmed you? Or are you just wanting us to prepare ourselves? Or are you saying that we should go out and now do your job for you by saying, if you see something, let's say something? I mean, let us be able to know where we stand.
I think they're just letting us know. I mean, it's part of the report that that's unraveled from the our church attacks, which obviously have come in the news because they had arrested a couple of people. So I believe it's just reports from as expected. So
on the flip side also, I mean, anyone who might want to instill fear, because see this thing they call fear, it doesn't discriminate. Anyone that wants to instill fear in the people can actually tell you, knowing they have nothing to lose, when captured. Maybe our security personnel have captured one or two of these terrorists, or what they call them, those people take a crime, and they tell you, look, I have more people backing me. Maybe they don't even have links to Al-Shabaab, you know. And I'm not going to tell you, for at a certain level, when criminals are caught, if you've ever been to where they interrogate criminals, I've seen where the criminal was interrogated, and they asked him a simple question: look, who are the people funding you? And just to make them not, you know, say, look, this guy is no longer useful, right? He called some certain names, which obviously was lying, just to rope them in. So you never can tell. This thing can go anywhere, right? It can go to any length and breadth of how you want to see it. So what they say must truly be verified. But for DSS as a reputable, you know, security agent or with a security platform to now say, we have come to the conclusion that attack is linked to Al-Shabaab. I'm taking seriously.
All right, let's move to the other story. It says that the one on RMAFC facing backlash over pay raise for political office holders. Firstly, what are your thoughts on, you know, the current pay for political office holders today? We see that from the report. The report showed that the president is at 1.5 million naira salary, and then the people, you know, the other political office holders, you know, they're at about apparently at less than 1 million. Obviously, we know they're not dependent on that salary, but thoughts on increment?
Again,
are you for it or against it?
So we have to stand on the fence. If you do a good job and you're supposed to be paid for it, it is your right to get paid for it, most definitely. But in an economy or a country where any huge amount of funds used for any reason, right, will harm the economy or might reduce what we call the ability for us to deliver, or see the country lose its grip on, you know, proper flow of the economy, as the case may be. The question would be that, can we see some form of sportsmanship? Well, call it sportsmanship, or some form of I'm trying to use the right word. If you tell yourself, look, I'm earning some amount of money, already I'm a rich man, but the country is going through a lot. Can I show my people that, for what it's worth, we are leaders that come to the table, that level of compassionate, you know, communication. Say, okay, I just give my salary to this particular charity. He can do that. He has too much money. Now, like I said before, to who much is given, much expected.
Right.
Right? You cannot tell me that he doesn't have other businesses, which he does have.
Absolutely.
Before he ran for office, right, and became the CSC. But this is his salary. It is his right. So no one wants to say, oh, okay, I have money, let's go your money. No. But again, in the spirit of trying to make Nigerians know, I understand you. And if I was an issue, I'd say, how much? 1.5 million naira? Don't increase it. Matter of fact, I'm going to divert my money to helping some key people who I know need this money, because he doesn't need that money. I'm not saying I know how much the president has in his account. I'm just saying that in the spirit of leadership, and you lead with a compassion, you can simply just say that and then effect it. And because you've done that, those other people who are looking up to you as the father, right, of the nation, who might also do the same, maybe not at the 100%, but say, cut our salary in half, let us go to support Nigerians. Let us put it in areas where we see Nigeria grow. Why have I said this thing? You see, It is what you do that will enable someone who is outside your country begin to look at you and say, this person has, for what it's worth, some level of understanding of what's going on in this country. I mean, look at, again, I'm not comparing any African leader to anyone, but look at Ibrahim Traore, for instance, right? He still goes around with the vehicle that you know it is for tactical reasons, based on security and other things. You see that, okay, he's in his war gear, trying to live a modest life. Again, as the president, you must take your security very seriously. I understand that. It's not a comparison. I'm trying to justify the fact that I don't think we should have any pay raise. Nigerians are going through a lot. If 1.5 million can power 20 companies, sorry, power 20 families, right? Every month. And those families, we thank you for it. So some of them can't even afford. Nigerians, some Nigerians live below $1 in a week. Do you know what that is? It's a lot. So whether or not we should entertain the pay raise and everything, it is his right to get a pay raise. It's not an easy job to be the president of the country or those who are in the Senate or to be in public office. It's not easy. But the moment we agree and understand that we should stop making government offices, right, attractive and lucrative, the more we begin to see people going there to actually lead. We want leaders and not rulers. We want people who understand that, look, I'm there to serve the people come first, I come second. Right? Again, how do you show these things? Is he doing what he has to do? He's doing his bit. We cannot fault him for that. He has done some great job also. But at the same time, we will ask questions. That's why you have 3 tiers of government to create balance. And we are like watchdogs. So that's why we're in the media. We see something, we say something. But we say the facts and check the figures, you know. So I haven't seen this one based on increment. We will say, can we keep that aside? Can that idea of trying to change your wardrobe or buy new cars, a car that's probably like 2 years old, can still run for like 6 years? Can we decide to say, we channel that whole fund into our hospitals, channel those whole funds into fighting insecurity, channel those funds into making sure that we prevent another flood in the future, channel those funds to things that we know, for what is worth, that we can make a difference with. It all has to do with money, right? There are a lot of sectors that need this money. And to shock you, the money cannot be enough to break the bank, just enough to achieve those areas to become affluent again, you know. So pretty much.
All right, very quickly, let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard.
All right, so the Vanguard, here we have from the top end left, we have Amechi's 2027. Amechi's presidential bid dead on arrival, says Wike. Of course, that's come from an angle of competitive, flow. The other one here says NBA writes AGF demands release of Osun local government funds. We need to wonder, is it that these funds were not meant for them in the first place? We'll talk on that, but let's go ahead. It says here, bandits, and that's on page 10, by the way, that's NBA writes AGF demand release on Osun local government funds. Page 10. Page 26, bandits again. Now we're looking at killings. Bandits killed 13 worshippers in Kasina Mosque. Well, as much as we are very, when it comes to religion here in this country, we're very sensitive. But until we come to a level where we no longer are afraid to talk about it, then we could have moved and experienced what we call a paradigm shift. Bring it to the table. It shows you that in this country, these bandits, these killers, these terrorists no longer value any religion. All they want is what they want for themselves. So they're willing to go overboard.
It's even quite interesting to see worshippers in mosque, because usually what you mostly would see
worshippers
will be in the church.
Yeah. So this one now, the way it's coming out again, it could be another strategy. You never can tell.
Absolutely.
You know, that's if actually it was a mosque that had Muslims in it. It could be anything. This will come with different ideas. So on the main part of the paper, Vanguard, it says U.S. report raises concern over security justice in Nigeria. Maybe we didn't hear very well. It says U.S. report raises concerns over security justice in Nigeria. I think for me, it is double standards. Why have I said so? If you look at it, Elizabeth, let's be honest. Again, I mean, you also have your own opinion. Have you seen these videos where ICE go to crack down on illegal immigrants? They literally snatch you out of your loved one, right? For a country where, and this is not me throwing darts, I'm just speaking, generally. We're talking about over security. Is it not that same country? I mean, is it that my eyes were deceiving me or my ears were eluding me or something? Is it not the same country where somebody was campaigning and a sniper tried to take him out? Is it not that same country? What are we talking about? Insecurity is everywhere, right? So I think we should stop saying, look, call the kettle black, when obviously the pot is more on the fire than the kettle. Because
I mean, it's more like a case of we are aware of our issues.
Yes.
We're also trying to sort them
Most
out.
definitely.
We call out our issues as they are. But this playing this big brother role. I guess maybe we can't maybe we can't essentially get out of that big brother or younger brother role eventually, position rather. Maybe we can't really get out of it, because despite the fact that we're the Africa's giant, maybe we need to live up to it. So in that way, then these people, but I mean, it's a US report. We can also do our own report of American, report, Nigerian report raising concerns over US.
Most definitely.
US security.
Isn't not the same United States that on the streets of some certain states in that country, you have killings and lack of respect for some certain races. It's not that same country. So the thing is, you see, we need to come to a point where, yes, every country has its challenges. Security challenges, economic challenge, social challenge, racial. All countries have what it is that they are fighting. But you see, most of these countries, they focus on the good ones, try to project that so they can use that to bring in foreign investment to their country. Because it is what you say about your country. I keep telling everyone who wants to listen. You are an ambassador of your country, no matter where you are. So what you do, right, matters a lot. What you say matters a lot. So if you're Nigerian and you travel abroad and you go to a certain country and you think that they're watching you.
Be a good ambassador. I think that's the bottom line. Just be a good ambassador for the country. So that way, when we have more people who are good ambassadors, you put Nigeria in a good light. You change the perception.
Narrative.
One person at a time. That's all we can do right now. But let's very quickly see what we have on the catching of the day this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show, and then we wrap up and move on to the business morning this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Now that's a cartoon, that's a picture there. It says stability challenge, and then if you're aware, if you use social media very well, you would notice a challenge which used to a Nicki Minaj challenge where she had shoes on and then she was on a stool. So that's
creating balance.
Yes, and then she was on a stool with heels on, and that became a challenge where ladies were on to for a while now. So now we're seeing the stability challenge, and then we see the president on one shoe and flat shoes on the stool, and then you see under his bottom holding in his loans. And then this person, which we know who that is, who dresses that way, that's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, says, "You're well balanced now, Mr. President. What you need now are safety net."
And so the question is, we are balanced on what platform?
On loan.
IMF, right? World Bank. These are institutions that were designed not in the interest of Nigerians. We keep saying not in the interest of Africans. They were designed actually to keep us divided. And let me remind us, the saying that goes this way: one of the ways you can conquer a nation and keep them conquered is to make sure they outwork each other.
All right.
In that case, let's leave it at that.
Let's leave it at that. While we balance on lows, we have to go now. Thank you so much for watching us right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
morning and welcome to Business Morning, a segment of our breakfast show where we take a deep dive into trends shaping Nigeria's business and economic outlook. My name is Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your morning with us. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. We turn our attention skyward to Nigeria's aviation sector, an industry with enormous potential but still underperforming in terms of its contribution to GDP. Despite being a vital enabler of trade, tourism, and investment, the sector faces others such as inadequate infrastructure, high operating costs, foreign exchange constraints, and policy inconsistencies. With government reforms underway and growing interest from private investors, the big question is, what strategies can truly unlock the aviation sector's potential and make it a stronger driver of economic growth? Joining us this morning to explore this subject is Musa Sunusi Ahmed, is the principal trade media company and also the president, Nigeria Air Sports Federation. Good morning, Mr. Musa Sunusi. It's good to have you on Business Morning this morning.
Thank you for having me, Deborah. It's nice always being with you here.
All right. Let's go straight into the conversation. Now, let's look at the current landscape. How would you assess the state of Nigeria's aviation sector today? And I'm talking about particularly in terms of its contribution to the economy.
Okay, Nigerian aviation sector is really a big economic powerhouse for Nigerian economy. But to be sincere, the sector has been suffering and struggling with a lot of inconsistent policy, a roadmap, and all other arrangements that will make it be what it's supposed to be, especially with the traveling habit of Nigerians and also the lifestyle of so many wealthy Nigerians who like to travel by air. But despite all these potentials that the economy have, we still don't see economic value from the aviation sector, because as we speak today, the aviation sector and its contribution to our GDP is less than 1%. Even with the revision of the MBS data system and collection, it still is less than 1%, which is roughly around 0.5 to 0.809. even with the revision of the MBS data. This is telling you that is a sector that's supposed to contribute to our tourism, contribute to our trade, contribute to employment. Because if you look at the employment viability of the sector, is very good. Is very good and resilient. But due to the lack of economic, the financial buoyancy of Nigerians, many Nigerians, large majority of Nigerians, their financial buoyancy cannot afford to fly by air. And likewise, even with the 31 airports we have, less than 5% to 9% of these airports are active. We don't engage them. We don't have any economic activity around those airports. It seems to be it's just political maneuver by creating those airports. Because instead of even creating airport by most of this state government, it's better to even create an economic zone with airport and helipad attached to it or a runway. So in case there is need for airplane to land in that economic zone, there is all viability of that and arrangement. But if you look into the contribution to the GDP, really is minimal. It's supposed to give a lot of contribution and also empower the economy. Because, for example, if you check the aviation sector in Nigeria, we only offer one service across the value chain, which is the airplane activities. The service sector, which is the service amenities sectors, which is booking flights, and most of those activities are activities that will have helped the economy if where we are into manufacturing of aircrafts, both commercial and military. We are into designing and redesigning and refurbishing of airplane, and also our MRO sector, which is maintenance, repair, and overhaul sector, is really advanced. Because MRO is a big economy. If you have, like, for example, Kanu airports, is because with the low level of connectivity and lack of investment by the federal government and the state government to attract, engage, even from neighboring nations like Cameroon, Niger, Chad, which are all close to their proximity to Kano Airport is good. And history have shown that, if you remember the days of WAPA, everybody comes to Kano to fly to UK, to all European countries, from all these Francophone countries like Niger, Mali, and even down to Burkina and Algeria. They come to Kano to fly. And people from Chad, Cameroon, they came to Kano to fly. So imagine Kano, state government and federal government are putting investment to attract travelers to Kano. Because if you check, for example, a lot of people in the aviation sector, especially airlines, we have almost 39 air operators in Nigeria, both private and commercials. But they don't understand how to attract engagement, business engagement. For example, we have a lot of cultural activities, we have religious activities, we have all sorts of tourism that these airlines and air operators need to invest in such activities that will attract people to be coming to Nigeria and choose them as the viable airlines to connect them to Nigeria. And likewise, almost all the air operators in Nigeria, they don't know their target audience. So everybody is their audience, which is a very big problem. And that is why they don't know how to invest. They don't know how to strengthen their market, and forgetting that at the center of all their activities is marketing, because most of these airlines is like, they get all these airlines through leasing arrangement. They don't own them. So they have nothing to lose than to just invest in marketing to attract a lot of businesses, a lot of clients. And don't forget, we have issues of security, insurgencies in the country, which have really increased the rate at which people fly. Because, for example, a lot of people before traveling to KB, Maiduguri, and even Yola, they have no business flying. They prefer to just follow road. But due to insecurities, challenges, and other food halls around the roads in Nigeria, people prefer to fly, not because of flying is their most selected choice of traveling. So if we are investing a lot in this sector, it will boost the economy, even with all the arrangement that, okay, by 2020, 30, 20, blah, blah, we'll contribute 5%, 10% to the GDP. I'm telling you, if we don't make the necessary arrangement, especially from the angle of infrastructure, from the angle of policy alignment, and also the policy security, because like today, for example, the current minister of aviation and aerospace development, when he comes into office, he decided to stop the long-term vision and plan of Nigeria, which is Nigeria Airways. So imagine that, okay, he come and he suspended. We know there are a lot of brouhaha, there are a lot of issues of corruption, but this is a mission that Nigeria wants to have a national career.
All right.
It's not a personal mission or a political mission. So I'm telling you, we have a lot of tendency to contribute to the economy.
Okay.
And not to forget about the education side. We have NCAT in Zaria. We have other private aviation training. And we have even cabin crew training schools.
Okay.
That help people prefer for a lot of licensing arrangements.
Mr. Musa, you've taken us through the current landscape and also the challenges, that are key obstacles in the aviation sector. So now let's move our focus to the GDP contribution. Now, at present, the aviation contributes only a small fraction to Nigeria's GDP, like you mentioned when we started this conversation. So what opportunities exist to scale this up significantly?
Okay, at first, the opportunities that exist are as follows. For example, first is understanding the opportunities available, which the data can offer us that. We have online travel agencies or directories or e-commerce facilities like Workanow. They know a lot of travelers' behavior when it comes to booking flight, choosing all those things. And we also like to collect a lot of information about the behavior of Nigerians come to using flights, especially when it comes to African connectivity, when it comes to local domestic flights and all these international flights. Because if you check, for example, in Africa, we have the highest number of air operators, certified air operators in the continent. But how many flights we have? How many of them do we have? You can tell that we have that numbers of registered air operators, but the number of planes that we have is little low. And also the level, the quality, and how modern, how recent, how current our planes, our aircraft are. You can see that most of our aircraft are old enough that all these challenges of when you enter an airline aeroplane, that you must switch up your phone 100% before the flight for the plane to take off, and when landing too you have to switch up, when already the technology is there that all you need to do is click the flight mode or flight mode, and that is all. But because of all these hurdles, we can't understand really the opportunity. But the opportunity first lie in the experience and the certainty, and also the training sector. If you could be able to service our client very well, first know who our client, not just be chasing every other person. Airpeace needs to understand which kind of client did he target. Max Air needs to understand. Renault Air need to understand all this, and even the areas of this world, all these local airline, even airline, and they need to understand that the infamous comfort economy is all about understanding the people you are serving, because it's a luxury to fly. It's a luxury to fly because there are all other options. You can fly by road, you can fly by water, you can travel by water, road, and all other options. So the major thing we need to do is also the investment in infrastructure. We have an island airports and all other travel runways. They are all enough, and also the technology we are using. Okay. We need to improve, and more than anything, is attracting travelers. Air aviation is all about servicing clients. You need to understand, and also the design and manufacturing. We have to invest a lot in the local manufacturing of aircrafts, and also the MRO. Is a big economy. I don't care even getting into manufacturing than I care that Nigeria involved into MRO. Let's have a lot of MRO facilities whereby international planes are coming to Nigeria for all this repair and maintenance, because that is a key thing that will give avenue to recruit a lot of people, a lot of graduate from the engineering schools who have no job to do. And every day we are producing them, they can get job. And this is a big economy. We have a port, and we can connect a lot of these ports to our airlines, and also railway system. And these engineers can get a lot of opportunities. And also the training. We need to create a lot of trainings, especially in the area of communication, in the area of conflict resolution for our cabin crew, treatment, and all the things. This is a big opportunity. As we speak today, we have less than 3,000 cabin crew. So, and most of our cabin crews are not joining international airlines, which is where the opportunities are. You can see that a Nigerian cabin crew, a licensed cabin crew, have been servicing one airline for years, which is good. But the services and treatment is really terrible for most of these people. They live on tips by client on airline. And again, the area of, like for example, in Nigeria, we need a sovereign wealth fund or a kind of national aviation Development Fund, where I could be funding a lot of this initiative and meet up with all the opportunities around. And likewise, the presidency needs to understand that this sector is one of the sensitive sectors. We need to send a message. But for example, let me just tell you, as we speak, before, when I travel, when I come back, I used to see the NTD, which is the Nigeria Tourism Development Authority, decks across our airports, both in Lagos and Abuja. But today, when I get down, I no longer see them. I don't know a reason why it's happening. And also, before, it's very easy to have some amenities.
I'll have to cut you there.
There,
Mr. Musa. Let's shift our focus to the public-private partnership. What role do you think, private investment and partnership, do you think they should play a role in expanding aviation infrastructure and services?
Exactly. I mean, 100%, Deborah. Because Deborah, if you see in Nigeria, we don't have money. The government of Nigeria don't have money. All these things that President Tinubu is talking there and there, because there is no money. He's trying to get money. Is someone who have promised that no loan, no this, no that. Now he's busy trying to get loans for Nigeria because we don't have money. We are not productive nation as we speak. So public-private partnership is the only way out for Nigerians. We need to involve the private sector and all other people that have resources to build the aviation sector in Nigeria. Not necessarily aviation sector, but all other sectors.
Okay.
So if this arrangement can come together, whereby we could be able to bring these people amicably and also have a contract whereby the government promised that throughout so years there is going to be policy security, whereby the president cannot just wake up and say another executive order is coming and they disrupted the aviation sector. Imagine the people who are into this airline operation. They try to say, okay, we want to start leveraging the bilateral air the bilateral air service agreements, which is the basis of this world. If we want to start competing and we have a very good competitiveness mechanism, we need money to do that.
Okay.
You can't compete with Virgin Atlantic, so British Airways coming to Nigeria and say that, okay, we have a large majority of diasporas, Nigerian diaspora in UK, so let's target these people and compete with British Airlines.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's very difficult if you don't have the resources to do that. Max Air cannot compete, Air Peace cannot compete, and we cannot even talk of IBOM or aero contractors for that matter.
Okay, the regional and let's look at regional and global integrations. How do you think Nigeria can leverage agreements like the African Continental Free Trade Area or the Single African Air Transport Market to enhance our aviation sector?
The major thing is let's get involved in getting resources into this sector and also get people who are professionally good in managing money and resources, not necessarily people who have been veterans in aviation. All we need people who are good with finding money, finding investors, and people who are good in managing resources, and people who are good in monitoring and evaluation, and also making sure that everything is right. For example, think of the delays we have. Every now and then, in the last 2 years, I'm telling you, I have never traveled as planned. So in that case, it's telling you that we have issues when it comes to ground handling. So can we bring in people who are good? Can we get investors who can train people to be efficient when it comes to ground handling? Because the standard era when it comes to ground handling and making sure that the aircraft is tight, it has to be like 1 to 2%. That means you can't expect to delays me for more than 15 minutes. What is, before you know, they will say, okay, if you have a life-changing meeting in Lagos from Abuja, I'm telling you, if they add an hour, you have no means to travel to Lagos, and that is, they have deprived you of your destiny. and they have to pay the damage. But there is no arrangement. The Nigerian Customers Association is not even active. They already infiltrate a lot of conflicts in it, functions and all that. So their customers, they don't have even voice. The government agency responsible for customer protection too, they don't even listen. They don't simplify the way to reach out to them. The Nigerian Orientation Agency, their campaigns are not, they don't have resources, the money even massive to do that campaign. So I'm telling you, we have a lot of other things. And for example, we run the Nigeria Air Sports Federation, and we run a lot of local small activities that will encourage the next generation of people, aviation staff, and all of the things. But the government too is frustrating us. A lot of policies, security challenges. For example, the time we organize, for example, drone racing, a lot of, before you know, DSS people are there, Nigerian NIA officers are there. They are saying that all sort of things. They are trying to frustrate you. So development it will be very difficult. So the more than anything is this diplomacy and agreement can only be leveraged when we have people who knows how to find resources, when we have the resources themselves, and we have people that will manage these resources. But you can't compete when you don't have resources and when you don't have the intellectual preparedness to compete and technical know-how to compete, because all these arrangements were arrangements that were designed to benefit both parties. But if both parties, they don't have power to do that, it's very difficult. For example, now we have been pleading that why not Nigeria cannot be able to do that. Let's patent Nigeria, sell that patent name of Nigerian Airways to a private sector person, and let this private sector take on the job of making these airlines. Even if we will start with like 3 or 2, and we make it consistent, and we'll be going routes like UK, Nigeria, which we have a lot of clients going, or like Saudi Arabia. And we started from there. In 1 year, 2 years, we developed, because we all have the agreement and international relations policy frameworks, but we don't have the competitiveness to leverage all these arrangements. Because in Nigeria, we are good. We are in arranging all those policies, in being part of a lot of things without understand how it will benefit our people. Think, for example, our cargo services. The rate at which we offer air cargo services is very low. And it's a big market. If with a lot of investment and technical manpower, we could be able to leverage more. Instead of building a lot of airports that are ghost airports, it's better to even build economic zones that could benefit the economy, create jobs. Because as we speak, there is nothing in Nigeria need than job creations. Any leader who cannot create jobs is just talking, making noise. Because a lot of Nigerians are jobless. They don't have means of livelihood, and that is why they are involved in a lot of things. A lot of graduates who are using they are prostrated. That is why we are becoming the capital of romance camps. So imagine we have arrangements to engage all these youths, or we have arrangement whereby we attract people locally. We don't even care, like now, for example, the rate at which we issue visa to a lot of media people, to a lot of business people coming to Nigeria, to a lot of tourists. Because all these things, that is what encourage domestic connectivity, airlines, connectivity and activities. So if there is no activities, nothing will happen. We have over 50% rate of international airlines than domestic airlines. The domestic connectivity and airlines activities are less than 30%, or at highest it could be 36 or 37. So I feel like all these arrangements are there. We are part of IATA, we are part of ICAO, all these international organizations, we are part of it. But the issue we have is lack of resources, lack of policy consistency and security, and lack of accountability. All these people are not ready to be taken into account. Think, for example, the recent Kiamu. He complained about corruption, and from all his body language, there are lots of questions that he cannot answer from his day one to date. So we have to do, and think of the double standard with the recent saga between the double standard in treatment between Kwamwan and Comfort Emerson.
Okay.
So So it's a lot of things. We have the policy, international relations framework, but we don't have the resources, technical capability, and policy security to do that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musa Sanusi Ahmed, for sharing your insights with us this morning on Business Morning.
Thank you, Deborah, for having me always.
All right, do have a nice day. From everything that we discussed today, we can clearly see that the Nigerian aviation sector has immense untapped potential, and not just as a mode of transportation, but as a strategic driver of trade, tourism, and overall economic growth. Now, what remains crucial is consistency in policy, like our guest said, investment in infrastructure, and stronger collaboration between the public and private sector to ensure aviation truly becomes a key contributor to GDP. Now, that's been our first focus today on Business Morning. That's the Nigerian aviation sector strategy to boost GDP contribution. Do stay with us. There's more on Business Morning after the short break.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, August 20th.
On this day in 1958, Godi Jedi Agba was born. He is a Nigerian bureaucrat, politician, and former Group General Manager of the Crude Oil Marketing Division at Nigerian National Petroleum Company, also known as NNPC. He is the first son of His Royal Highness Uti J.D. Agba, the paramount ruler of Obudu Area Council in Cross River State. He bagged his first degree in international studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State in 1983. In 1989, he proceeded to University of Lagos, Akoka, for his master's degree in international law and diplomacy. He was honored as an officer of the Order of the Federal Republic in September 2012. Godi began his career in the Federal Civil Service in September 1984 as an Assistant Secretary to, and was posted in October 1985 to the Federal Development Authority FDA Lagos as Senior Assistant Secretary. In 1987, he rose to Deputy Liaison Officer and by 1989 became Personal Assistant to the Minister of Special Duties under the Presidency, a role he held until December 1990 when he moved to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a Personal Assistant to the Minister of State. He served there until 1993 before becoming Personal Assistant to the Secretary of State, a position he held until 1995 when he joined the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. At NNPC, he advanced to Head of Market Research in the Crude Oil Marketing Department and later became Head of Gas Liquids and Condensate Sales in the same department. He left NNPC in 2014 to pursue a career in politics, and in July 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari nominated him as minister. On 21st August 2019, he was officially appointed Minister of State for Power. And on this day in 2023, Spain defeated England by scoring 1-0 to win the country's first Women's World Cup. Women's World Cup is an international football competition that determines the world champion among women's national teams. Like the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup is governed by the Fédération Internationale de Football Association, also known as FIFA, and takes place every 4 years. The field for the Women's World Cup is determined by various international sectional competitions held over the course of several years before the final elimination event. The inaugural tournament in 1991 was won by the United States, This initial contest and the 1995 iteration of the Women's World Cup featured 12 international teams in the final tournament. The field expanded to 16 teams in 1999 and to 24 teams in 2015.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Now you're welcome to the Breakfast Show. This is still Business Morning. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Finance Minister to review the revenue deduction of key government agencies, including the Nigeria Customs Service, the NNPC, and 2 others, as part of broader effort to accelerate economic growth. The move signals the administration's intent to boost government revenue, enhance fiscal discipline, and ensure that critical funds are channeled into development priorities. But how will this directive impact the agencies involved, the wider economy, and ultimately investors and public confidence? Joining us this morning to break it all down is Adedoyin Faith Akinwale. He's a mathematician, PhD, Department of Mathematics, University of Lagos. Good morning, Mr. Adedoyin Faith. It's good to have you on the show.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to you as well.
All right. So let's look at the big picture. How significant is this directive from President Tinubu to review revenue deductions by agencies like the Custom and NNPC in broader context of accelerating economic growth?
Okay. First of all, good morning once again. All right. The significance is basically looking at the economic itself and the deduction. The major reason why this is very important, or why the president has actually wanted this to happen, is to enhance our public savings, to improve our spending, and to make sure there's efficiency in resources towards the growth of promoting different sector in the economy. From NMPC, there have been lack of transparency, to truth be told, and especially when it comes to giving back and looking at the government revenue itself. And also, I know that the Minister of Finance, which is Wale Edun, has been mandated to submit a particular revenue list. And so far, so good for the beginning of, I think, early this year, which he has yet to let us know what we have in the country and like that. So I guess the significance is just basically for the economic growth. And that is what the president is working towards this particular period of time. Thank you.
Mr. Adedoyin, it would be nice for us to put a face to the voice. We can't see you. Yes, please.
Okay, that will just give me a few seconds.
Okay. All right, in doing that, let's look at the fiscal impact, if you can hear me. So what effects could this have on government revenue mobilization and the Nigeria's fiscal space in general?
Okay. Okay. While I'm trying to make sure I have a good video. All right. I wasn't told about this before earlier. I will have actually put that in place. All right. For the physical impact, the first thing I want us to know that there will be an obviously increase in the net government revenue, and because many money will flow directly to the government account if the physical impact can be in place. Then secondly, there will be an expansion in the physical space. That is to review the government funds that has been coming from all those agencies, the NMPC, the custom. I think there's not even that. I think FIRS as well, and also to get more infrastructure done from all those revenue gotten from them. Thank you. Let me put this video on. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, let's look at custom and NNPC. Now, these agencies, they are major revenue earners, but they also have high operating costs. So how realistic is it to expect significant reduction in their deduction without disrupting their operations?
Okay, one of the first thing I will say is that the operation costs, we need to bring them to reality, especially when it comes to NMPC. NMPC is not just a one person thing. It's for the government, and we know. Also for the custom as well. But first, the custom, they need a substantial funding for a lot of things to be in place for them to be able to their operations be going on smoothly. First of it is their border security has to be in place, because I know custom as well, when they go out, they have to be well equipped, especially when it comes to arms, because even people they are dealing with, they themselves are, at times they are always armed. Then secondly, there should be, by now in this country, we should have a strong anti-smuggling technology, and because that's what our like what we call abroad, most of them, that's what they do. There should be something like a tracking device that any product coming from the outside the country can be able to be
get them. As well, when it comes back to NMPC itself, which we know that is that
Petroleum Industry Act, that's PAI, which is like a commercial entity that funds the exploration, pipeline maintenance, and fuel importation logistics. But permit me to say, if we say we should cut too deep into a deduction, it could cripple some operation, leading to inefficiency, the revenue leakage, and even fuel supply disruption. Also, it is realistic to expect significant reduction, but this cannot really happen overnight. It's something that has to go bit by bit, depending on when the whole thing or the whole operation we get used to, and that is when we can feel like there's a significant in the reduction of this particular revenue. Thank you so much, Ma.
All right, Adede, we're going to come back to you, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to have other questions on this conversation. Just stay with us. welcome back. We still have Adedoyin with us in the studio. So before we went on that break, we were speaking about customer and NNPC being a major revenue earner, agency revenue earner. Adedoyin, now let's just move to the implementation risk. What challenges do you think the finance ministry face in enforcing this revenue, and how can they be addressed?
Okay, one of the challenges I know they are facing is weak monitoring of infrastructure. One thing I have noticed so far from my own point of view is that when your government puts down an infrastructure, they don't tend to monitor or to maintain it, which it's a big deal in our country today. A lot of things has been created. There are a lot of things that are supposed to be working. Once they start to work for the first week or the first month or the first year, that's they don't tend to monitor it. So we have a lot of infrastructure that could have helped with this particular NNPC and custom that we're discussing now. But the only thing is that they have not been monitoring. There's no team, or maybe I would say there's a team. I would just say the monitoring infrastructure team are weak in what we have today in the country, and lack of real-time data. We don't put data to all these things. We don't even have a particular numbers. Looking at I think Ghana makes sure that everything they do in terms of petroleum, they make sure it's always broadcasted in their news day-to-day activities. But here in our country, we do it at whenever we feel like we want to do it, or whenever there is going to be an increment in price of a particular commodity, especially when it comes to NNPC. That's when they know that this thing has to be done. So these are one of the challenges that I know that has to be in place. Then also, the account enabling has been weak. We don't have a particular account, or I would say they have not been giving adequate how would I put it, the report of how the revenue has been spent, or how the revenue has been used. So far so good. What has been coming in, what has been going out, which is a very big deal for us, and it will not make us go forward. And one of the solutions I think we can be able to do is to introduce a real-time reporting. Let's have a dashboard where every citizen can be able to always go to make sure they can always have access to it. And it can be under the office of the Accountant General of the country, and also the Minister of Finance still has to be involved when it comes to this particular implementation as well. Thank you.
Okay, so you've given us just one way forward, having explained the implementation rate. So beyond revenue deduction, what other fiscal reform should Nigeria be considering to accelerate growth?
Can I come again?
Now we're looking at the way forward, and beyond. Let's look beyond revenue deduction. What other fiscal reform should Nigeria be considering to accelerate growth?
Okay. First, I will talk about is the tax system reform. I feel the tax system reform of Nigeria is below. I think there was a time it was announced on the news. I think sometimes early this year, March or April, if I'm not mistaken, it was less than 10%, and it's not something to write home about. I think that time there was a particular TV show that was comparing South Africa and Nigeria together. The South African tax system is close to 25%, and yet here in Nigeria we have less than 10, which is nothing to write home about. So the tax system should be reformed. I think that's number one. Then also another thing I need to point out is we agree subsidy and energy sector reform too is another thing. The first subsidy removal was a major step, but electricity subsidy and inefficiency in the power sector still drain physical space. That one as well is another thing that we should work towards, which is a way forward for us. Yeah, because we agree, the subsidy is in place now, but what are we saying, or what are we doing towards the energy sector itself? What are we doing towards electricity subsidy? Even now, anytime, any day, tariff just goes up, it comes down. You tell you they have one particular one band. This is this is that. So that has to be in check as well. Then also, I think the debt management reform too has to be in place as well, because we need to understand more reason. We need to have a genuine reason why the whole country will want to go and borrow money. And once you borrow, obviously you are in debt. So, but we need to understand, okay, and we need to let them know. Let us lengthen debt maturity. Let us know that, okay, this is the period of time we need to work. This period of time, this has to be in place. So those are those three reforms I think we need to wish that can strongly help us, which will be a way forward for us in terms of this that's the tax system reform, the subsidy, and the electricity sector reform as well, and the debt management reform. We agree that Nigeria is in debt. And that was the first thing that the president said when he came to power. I think that was what Buhari said in his own time too as well. So thank you so much.
All right. Many thanks to you, Adedoyin Faith Akinwale, for your insights this morning on Business Morning.
Yeah, thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Do have a wonderful morning.
Yeah, bye.
All right, what we've heard this morning, it highlights the fact that the president, that's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu directive to review the revenue deduction of agencies such as the Nigerian Customs Service, the NNPC, and others. It's more than an accounting exercise. It's about fiscal discipline, plugging leakages, and ensuring that more resources are available to fund infrastructure, social programs, and critical sectors of the economy. And I believe that if it's implemented efficiently, this move will send a strong signal of accountability. It will boost the government's revenue and ultimately help accelerate economic growth. But like I always say, the true test will be in how well these reforms are enforced, the transparency that follows, and whether ordinary Nigerians will feel the impact in improved services and opportunities. All right, that has been our focus today on Business Morning. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching. And do stay with us as the breakfast show continues after the short break.
The Lagos State government says it will build stronger civic engagement and promote transparency in governance through a reliable feedback mechanism on the projects meant to impact the people of the state positively. Deputy Governor Engineer Obafemi Hamzat made the pledge while speaking via virtual at a political, legislative and civil engagement sensitization program on Wednesday, themed Volunteerism, the Power in Action.
How do we get feedback from our citizens in a more organized way? And my understanding is everybody in this room fit into that bucket, meaning these are people that can critique what we are doing. These are people that can help us amplify the things we are doing. And these are the people that can help us to say, okay, what we are hearing is we are not doing well in this area, or that you are doing well in this area. Because we cannot claim monopoly of wisdom. And as such, we want to serve our people better. But we also need to let citizens know what we are doing.
Hamzat, who highlighted some ongoing state projects, debunking claims that the government was inactive.
So if you look at our team's agenda, which is, I'm sure everybody in the room will be familiar with. So the T, as we know, stands for Transportation and Traffic Management. The H is Health and Environment. The E is Education and Technology. The M is Making Lagos the 21st century. The E is Entertainment, and S is Security and Governance. And the plus there is actually Empowerment and Youth Inclusion. So if you look at those, so let's take, for example, our hospitals. So I'm sure a lot of people know that we have about 26 general hospitals spread across the state, and we are building more. We are building Ojo General Hospital. that sits, I think, on about 8 hectares of land is massive.
The special advisor to the governor on political, legislative and civil engagement, Afolabi Tajudeen Abiodun, said the initiative was designed to connect the government more closely with grassroots communities.
We are here today to join God with them and to help us pass the message of messages down to the grassroots. We cannot have everybody here, but those that we have here today are good representatives of the voice of Lagos State.
The event brought together residents, political stakeholders and volunteers focused on encouraging citizens to voice their concerns and become active participants in governance.
The awareness is not there. 2, communication gap. Government should try as much as possible to engage the grassroots. When we say to engage in grassroots, let them know their efforts, let them know what government is doing. There are many people out there on social media. Let's work on how to create awareness and let's diversify on our languages. It's not everybody that can comprehend. It's not everybody that can speak English language. At least with the government awareness on their different programs, let them diversify in different languages. Mr. Governor Sanwo-Olu is trying. Mr. Deputy Governor have been trying. All the people in Lagos State, the executive, the legislative, they have been trying. But let there be awareness.
Destiny Momo, Business Day Television News.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This Wednesday, we turn our attention to a subject that has touched almost every Nigerian household: money and, more importantly, trust in the system that governs it. From the rise and crash of Ponzi schemes that promise heaven on earth to the growing wave of digital finance, one question remains: how do we build a financial system Nigerians can truly trust? Well, joining me to unpack this morning is someone who has spent years navigating Africa's financial markets. I'm joined by Temitope Ijibadejo, the Africa Regional Director at Squared Financial. Welcome to the show, Temitope.
Good morning, and a pleasure to be here with you.
It's good to have you. And this morning, we'll be exploring, what it will take to move beyond the scars of the fraudulent schemes and shape a system that is more transparent, regulated, and sustainable. So you've been working with Squared Financial, you've been working across Africa. From your own vantage point at Squared Financial, how does Nigeria's trust deficit actually compare to other markets?
So Nigeria's trust deficit is really low compared to other markets, especially when you talk about Europe, Asia, and the rest. And it stems from the economic pressure that people are facing here. There are a lot of schemes, Ponzi schemes, that have access to the people, and that's because the people have limited opportunities and they are trying to keep their head above waters. And so that trust deficit is something that is on the rise in Nigeria compared to other climes, because Ponzi schemes have a field day, and you say it's supported by the economy itself. People are under pressure to lift their head above waters.
And really, talking about Ponzi schemes themselves, why do these Ponzi schemes, why do they seem to have a very, I would say, fertile ground here in Nigeria? Is it a case of desperation, or is it because we have some institutional weakness, symptom of institutional weakness, sort of?
Okay, so what is a Ponzi scheme first? A Ponzi scheme, I would say, is a financial fraud that masks itself as an investment. So it's on the back of deception. People think they are investing. Some people think they are doing real business, but it's just a fraud. It's a house of cards that thrives on deception, and people run into it, go into it, mostly because they are desperate to break the back of poverty. You see people who are desperate to earn a living. There are limited opportunities. It's like the opportunities are few. You understand? When the opportunities are few, anything looks like it. Any door looks like the right door to you. And of course, you can say there's a systemic breakdown, institutional breakdown, governance, and all of these things have a part to play in the thriving I'll say the thriving activities of Ponzi schemes, because if people had more opportunities, if they would focus less on trying to make quick wins. They'll focus less on trying to do what is impossible, because you see, literally, Ponzi schemes are trying to paint that they can do the impossible for you. I can return 50% every hour. I've seen things like that. That looks impossible. But they begin to do it for certain people.
But people still jump on them. So that could be a case of desperation and
yes,
maybe the lack, the economy.
It's a clear case of desperation for many. But do you know that it's not only the poor that fall victim?
Exactly, and that's even why I'm more curious.
Yes, it's not only the poor that fall victim to Ponzi schemes. Even rich institutions, rich people fall victim to Ponzi schemes. Because there's this herd mentality where you begin to hear that, okay, it's working. This one received his money, that one received his money. Okay, let me quickly run into and see if I can make a quick buck on this. Institutions, I've seen rich people, and I'm like, oh guy, you are too smart for this. How did you fall into this? But everybody, a lot of people want to make that quick win, with little effort, little or no effort. So that's something that we will say will keep happening if people are not educated, because financial literacy is something that we need to preach. Like, we need to teach people how money is made. Money is not made 50% per month with guaranteed returns. You hear them talk about guaranteed returns in a very short time with no risk. When you hear things like that, those should be red flags. Whether you are poor, you will go deeper into poverty if you invest in such things.
What really is the role of institutional credibility here?
Okay, so the role of institutional credibility, I'll say it should start from agencies like the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission. They, in fact, they've been empowered by the ISA 2025 that was signed by President Tinubu earlier this year. Now they have all the powers to clamp down on anything and everything that is robbing us of that public trust, So, and they would need to engage in programs that would help disseminate the information in different languages. Don't do it only in English. It needs to go in Yoruba. It needs to go in Ibibio, every language, because the people that are investing, some of them don't understand English. But if you can explain it to them in their own language, then it begins to get into the very fabric of the society. Everybody begins to be aware of what is happening. So passing the information, passing financial literacy on in different languages is very important. Through different media, radio, it's not everybody that's on social media. Pass it on through radio, print, social media. Leave no stone unturned. Collaborate with other agencies like the EFCC, the banks, the central banks. When there are strange financial flows into a particular bank account, you notice that a bank account was opened last week, and between last week and now, 500 deposits, different deposits have gone in. There should be questions, make reports to the CBN. You understand? The CBN there needs to be that collaboration. Then with the EFCC to go against those people, the EFCC has the power to actually prosecute the actors, people behind this thing. So that strong collaboration with all of these institutions, from there you begin to see a major deterrent. People will no longer see it as business as usual.
It's interesting that you mentioned the regulators, because the regulators believe that they are tightening oversight. But from your own experience, what do you really think is missing in the regulatory playbook?
Okay, before now, I would say there were some limitations in their purview, but ISA 2025 has covered that. So that's no longer an excuse. And I want to give kudos to the SEC. I follow them a lot, so I've been seeing the way right now they are publishing everybody that is anything that looks like scam. They are publishing it right now. Check their LinkedIn page. They're on the radio. They are beginning to arrange town hall meetings. I've seen a few of them that they've done. I think they are more active now. It took a lot of time for them to come to this level, but I'll say better late than never. I'll say right now that things will change in the near future, but that collaboration between SEC and other agencies is very important, because SEC cannot do it alone.
So if you recall, was it earlier this year or last year, we saw one Ponzi scheme that many people felt, precisely in Ibadan, were victims for, and then we saw earlier this year again, sometime in the middle of this year, I saw that they were getting back, and I was a little bit shocked. Like, how would they get back? Is this supposed to happen? Is that even supposed to be a thing? Isn't there supposed to be something that should, or some regulation to keep them out of the market? So why are they getting back? I don't know if you have any reactions to that.
So I'll say, because of the way the society is, it's also quite difficult to hold people that easily. Let's be factual. There's social media there. You can post anything on social media, and before you are unmasked, will take some time. It's not that easy to hold them. You know, people now create WhatsApp groups. There is no regulation to WhatsApp group, Telegram group, and all of these things. And for that reason, the actors can come out again. In fact, sometimes they are not the real actors. Maybe the real actors have even gone away. But some other people will now come as, how will I say it?
Still under the same name?
Still under the same name. I know the program you're talking about.
Right.
And they came and they said, this time now they're going to pay everybody by August. I actually had a conversation with somebody. And he said they said they're going to pay us the money. And I'm like, you still believe they will pay you? They said, yes. They said, in fact, now they will be paying us 1%. I've heard different. You see, people have so much faith. Their level of faith in fraud is so high. It's like, and I wonder, like, how are these people doing it? So what I'm just trying to say is that it's not that easy to hold all these things down. I'll say the best way is financial literacy.
Right.
Let people know it, because when they add you to the WhatsApp group, that financial knowledge that has been passed on to you will help you quickly resist before they make the moves on you. Do you understand my point? Financial literacy is the best way out of this, where people are educated. You will not be cornered to a group. You will not be cornered via an SMS. You know, these things work sometimes through SMS. They send messages to people, double this in 1 hour, and some people are falling for it. But if they were financially literate, they would not fall for such schemes.
All right. Permit me to digress a bit. You know, when you were speaking, I thought about it. Why are they this gullible? Because we understand that it's not even just the illiterate, so to speak. There are also other people who also jump on it, and then you think of greed. But then I thought about it. I thought about how religious we are in this country. We tend to be very religious, and sometimes it could be that, a miracle is about to happen. You put this thing and this happened, and you maybe a testimony somewhere, and then you link it to it. Do you see? It's quite interesting because many people might not see it this way. But do you see a linkage between religion and how people approach Ponzi schemes? Do you see
a link between religion and how Ponzi schemes? I'll say that sometimes we put our faith in the wrong things, because when you talk about religion, we talk about faith.
Right.
And, you know, faith should not eliminate the facts. You understand? My point here is that as we're having faith in whatever we are doing from our religious background,
perspective,
let us also have the facts. The fact still remains that 50% return on investment in 1 hour is literally impossible. It can only be a fraud. Don't say it is God that is bringing opportunity your way. No. So I'll say that let us not allow religion becloud us to the level whereby we decide not to see facts.
Right. Back to the conversation. So we've been seeing that fintechs are exploding across the continent. Every other day you're seeing one new business here, one new business there, and it comes at the expense of trust. There is innovation which we are open to, but do you also see a possibility of this innovation coming at the expense of the trust of people?
No, I don't see innovation coming at the expense of the trust of people, because innovation is supposed to be an advantage, not a disadvantage. But when it comes to trust and innovation, so let me give you an idea of what I mean here. When schemes like these fraudulent schemes thrive, there will be a trust deficit. People are not even willing to invest in legitimate and innovative solutions. They are questioning the right thing and they are believing the wrong thing. Do you understand my point? So that's I see that I see a place where capital that should have gone for such innovative businesses, fintechs and so on, would not even get there because people are not even ready to engage. They are questioning, they are so cynical, they are so skeptical about the validity of such business ventures and such innovation that is in place.
Right. And for everyday Nigerians who might be watching today, or ordinary Nigerians who will come across this video, what are the top red flags you should look out for before putting your money into anything?
Okay. Number one, guaranteed return. Guaranteed high return. When you are hearing 30% per month and there is little or no risk, that is one red flag. Number two, when there is no oversight, no regulatory oversight, no license, either from local regulatory bodies or offshore regulatory bodies, that is something to clearly run away from. Why? There is nobody that is overseeing what they are doing. They are the god of their business, and anything they decide to do is final. So when there are no regulators, no licenses, and you see this, let me talk about this again, this license. A lot of people see, they go to websites, they see a license number, oh, we are registered with so and so, this license number. They never take that number to actually go and do a search. Go really to that regulatory body, if it is SEC, if it is the FCA, whatever agency it is that is regulated, go and actually confirm the number. Sometimes they just put fictitious numbers on those places because they know that some people will want to check for number. Okay, I can see they're registered with this number 01829. Okay, so they are good.
They
have you confirmed the number?
Emails as well.
That's my point.
Websites.
So these are the things that need to be watched out when we're talking about regulatory oversight. Then another thing I would say is when you begin to have that FOMO, them preaching FOMO, I mean high pressure. Today is the last day, it's going to be at 2 kobo. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to go and do your research, you know. Today is the last day. If it's not done today, by tomorrow, it's already up to $10. No. Let nobody force you. When you notice that there's a high reliance on recruiting more people, recruiting new people, when there's that high reliance, just know that it is new people's money they will use to fund you. So these are some of the things that are very helpful to quickly spot Ponzi schemes and fraudulent schemes.
Interesting, very interesting. But before I let you go, if you were to design a roadmap today, what's the single biggest lever to restore long-term confidence in Nigeria's financial system?
I'll start with financial literacy. We preach financial literacy. Let it start from the family, from your home. Start teaching your children that wealth is built, wealth is not stumbled on. So they understand that there are no quick fixes to the issue of making money. You understand? When people understand this from the churches, from the mosques, let them preach it. From the schools, you know, from secondary school, that you don't need a Mercedes-Benz in secondary school, you know. Let people be taught contentment, you know. All of these things begin to shape society. Then we have, like I said, the institutional part, which is like the SEC, the EFCC, even the businesses. When I say businesses now, the social media organizations, those companies behind Google ads, behind Meta ads, behind all of those ads, let there be some control. Let there be what they cannot post out, what they cannot publish. You know, there should be restrictions from even with telcos. Let there be text messages that will not deliver on a bulk level, you know, because they also use bulk SMS, and maybe there could be keywords like guaranteed profit. That when you have it in an SMS and it's going to 400 people, that it should not deliver. You know, things like that. And before you know it, you will begin to see that we would have trust in our financial system. Very few people will fall into these schemes. You know, behind these numbers, behind these losses are real people, people who have sunk into poverty, people who have lost their life savings, people who are now out of school because they cannot. So these things have societal implication. You know, many now have gone into fraud, have gone into prostitution, all because they could not continue school. You understand my point? These are the issues, and they are issues that we should deal with all the power we can muster.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for such an insightful conversation this morning. Temitope Ijibadejo, Africa Regional Director at Squared Financial. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
All this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Now, this is the social listening segment right here on the show where we break down some of the trending stories on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and here with me today is
Onyeka Valentine.
Well, let's get started this morning. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has ordered that 2 television stations be taken weekly to the Lagos-Calabar highway side to show Nigerians what's happening. He says that transparency is key because when the road is completed, many won't understand the scale of work involved. Umahi pointed out that some sections require removing poor soil up to 20 meters deep before refilling with stones and sand. He wants every stage of construction to be properly documented and shared. Documentation, documentation, documentation. But really, Valentine, before I come to the comments, with this claim of transparency that the Minister of Works is making, why do you think he really wants only 2 TV stations to be at the site?
I mean, so the answer is already in the action. Should be told, like they say, if you don't want to be asked tough questions, then you put yourself in a tough position. But in this case now, not only has he put himself in a tough position, he has shot himself in the foot.
Oh.
So, if you don't want the public to ask questions, right, then ask yourself the question first. This way you disarm the public. And the public, I mean those who are in other media houses. What you have simply done is to make us understand that there's certain areas that you want to keep, on wraps. If not be the case, then why relegate the amount of media houses out of the hundreds of media houses we have in Nigeria? Let's don't forget, it is taxpayers' money that is being used for that Calabar Coastal Road. Sometime on the show, on our show here, that was last month, I think, that we were looking at borrowing more money to put into the project. It's not just a project, it's a capital project, a project that dragged our commander-in-chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to move in to come, launch or rather open as the case may be. So it's not a Calabar road or is it a Niger Delta road. It's a road that will serve the whole of Nigeria.
But don't forget that, let's look at it from this perspective.
Although the name is Calabar Coastal Road.
Yeah, Lagos-Calabar highway. But you know what I'm saying is, don't forget, no one asked him, oh, we need some TV stations popping. He's the one that brought it up.
That's my point.
So I brought it up. I might as well be the one to stipulate or state how many TV stations I think should be there. Because nobody was asking for it in the first place.
So normally, you have watchdogs. Just where you have syrup. The job is to look and see what's going on in the politics, what's going on with governance, checks and balances, if you call it so, call it as you may. So in this case, when it comes to launching things, talking about, or rather giving information that will empower the public, let them know where their taxpayers' money is going to, all the money they borrow, because then you borrow money, you put us in debt. The fact that it's a huge capital project, I don't think it would be nice to say he's inviting or he's giving room for only 2 media houses. Now, if I wasn't a media person, I was just from the general public, what would go through my mind? Now, I'm not speaking from the fact of saying I know the intricacies surrounding that particular relegation of order, because I call it relegation of other media houses. The fact that I said I need just 2 media houses to come and cover it, don't you think that someone who is outside the scope of media or someone who is just in the general public will begin to wonder, wait a minute, is there some level of exchanging of something that we don't know? Why choose just 2 media houses? Why not have, in fact, have the ones that speak ill about you, so that way they can now see the good work and now speak good of you. This is the thing we're talking about. Create room where you don't put yourself in a gray area. In this kind of case, being in a gray area is not something we can afford. Mind you, as much as a lot of money has gone into that, A lot of businesses also have crumbled. Just a lot of businesses what have been created. But in this case, who suffers when two elephants fight is the common man. The common man has paid more of the price than any other person, to cut through that whole section. It's going to lead to Calabar and improve, trade, improve businesses, direct link. Some people have to pay the price. Their businesses have to go. I mean, we know what happened to some tourist brands, how that shifted away. I can go on and on. So having said so, I don't think it is, I wouldn't use the word morally right. I would say, I don't think it's professionally enough to say only 2 media houses. Unless he meant that 2 media houses at a time. This assuming this week you have this media house and this media house. Next week you have another one. If that's what he meant, then I'll soft pedal. If the reverse is what he's cutting across, if what I am thinking it is, then I'll say no. It's not a good move.
So according to what he says, 2 television stations be taken weekly. So that shows that, I believe, if you say 2 television stations be taken weekly, that means it's going round.
That's my point.
So this week it could be BDTV and channels, and then next week it could be some.
I did love it to see if it's our turn and we'll have to talk about the Calabar Coastal Road. I'm sure a lot of people will come for us because on this show, every now and then we throw subtle jab and say this should be done and this should be done to improve business. I mean, we're business television.
Exactly. So it's about the business really. But let's see how, the social media, the netizens are reacting to this conversation on social media and see what they're saying. That's a comment from Godfather T. He says, I don't understand Nigerians. There was no transparency. You all shouted. Now they said 2 TV stations. Exactly my point. I'm really with Godfather here. Because it wasn't like, it's not compulsory. He came up and said, oh, I want transparency.
But
so
why shouldn't it be compulsory?
No, it doesn't have to be compulsory, really. So he says, I don't understand Nigerians. There was no transparency. You all shouted. Now they said 2 TV stations should give updates every week. When still they shout, wait till now want. Let's see more reactions to this conversation. Niger Prince says it's just a distraction to keep us focused elsewhere. If we speak up now, they will respond with, can't you see the road is being built? More reactions. Grace says that's a welcome step for transparency, but Nigerians have had many promises before. What matters now is real progress on the ground, not just cameras and talk. We hope this time action will match the words. Precious Omunu says, what are you hiding? Public money for tax should be for public viewing. Well, those are the reactions on social media.
Public taxes for projects should be for public viewing. That last sentence should give anyone who is, interested in knowing what that taxpayers' money is being used for, give them reason to think twice. Like I said before, look, it is not in the interest of the common man if we do not leave, or put it so, we do not, approach everything with an open hand. If he has said 2 TV stations every week, then let us see if maybe we are taking them out of context. Let us hope and see in next week or week after that, right? It will not be the same TV stations that were there to cover, will be the same ones covering again. Let us be able to say, okay, if it's going to last, if the project is going to last for 6 months or 1 year, as case may be, and so we're looking 2 TV stations weekly, the next one, and they are on shift, good and fine. I will agree with him, right, in that context. But let's hope that it is the way that we are talking about it that it should be. Otherwise, we'll keep asking these questions again on this show,
All right, let's move to our next story, still on accountability, money, and all of that. The Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission is reviewing salaries of political office holders. Now, the RMAFC chairman, Mohammed Shehu, argued that paying the president 1.5 million naira monthly and ministers less than 1 million naira is outdated and unrealistic. He says that leaders can't give their best on such pays, especially when heads of agencies earn up to 20 times more, insisting that it's time to raise earnings for politicians to match their responsibilities. That's the conversation right now. Increase their pay, they are doing more, it's more than 8 years and they're still earning 1 million, 1.5. They can't be paid such, especially when heads of agencies earn up to 20 times more.
Let's be honest. I said it before. Is public offices, especially government offices, are they meant to be a money spinner role? Isn't it absurd that 2025 we're still talking about, going into governance for your personal pockets to enrich yourself? Well, I mean, we are no longer on the crossroad to wonder if that's the case. We are now on a trajectory to make sure that is not the case. And in this case, if that is still the case, then we have a case study. Using the word case as we go ahead.
This case thing. Let's see some of the reactions on social media.
So it shouldn't
what
be.
The case is on social media.
You are there with the briefcase.
If the social media people are showcasing the case of,
let's go ahead.
I don't know what case can we call it. Grace again respond. This Grace, she seems to have reactions for everything on social media. Hope she has it. Hope she has work. Grace says, at a time when millions of Nigerians are struggling with high food prices, job losses, and failing public services, talk of raising salaries for political office holders feels deeply unfair. Leaders should be focused on easing hardship for citizens and not enriching themselves further. True service means sacrifice and not pay raises. Let's see more reactions on social media. Apropos Senator, okay, so we have apropos Doctor and then there's apropos Senator. It says, now they are acknowledging the economic hardship because they want to increase their salaries. That is, if not for this, they will not acknowledge that there's economic hardship. Real Dentro says,
let's look at it.
Yes.
So
because now you want money, because now you're looking for increase, you're acknowledging that things are tight, things are tough.
Before now, you were saying everything was.
Real Dentro says they introduced new taxes for struggling Nigerians via the tax reform 2025 set to kickstart in January 2026, and yet the same government goes ahead to increase salaries for politicians. Nigerians are the most calm and tolerable humans in the entire world. Let's see if we have more reactions. Young says it's a welcome development. It's the right step in the right direction because politicians are humans as well, and the economy hardship experienced by citizens affects them too. Those are the reactions on social media today.
This last guy's comment kind of hits home a different way. Maybe we've been too hard on politicians. Maybe we should soft pedal a little bit. Well, my friend, Young, I know that you're not too young enough to know what's happening in the country. Soft pedaling has never been the nature of Nigerians. Neither will we sit back and hope that they will have it easy. The day they chose to run for office, didn't they know that on easy lies the head that wears the crown? Or has it now become a mystified, or should we just demystify the idea that we will just wake up in the morning and talk about other things? They are the ones that make things go round. And if we allow them to make decisions and sit on huge salaries and hope that every now and then we increase it and the same output will be the same, well, Mr. Young, you have something else coming your way. Because truth be told, to whom much is given, much is expected. Have they delivered on their promise? Even with the 1 million that are being paid as senators and 1.5.
1 million is even laughable.
It's laughable.
They don't. That's just
that's handkerchief money for them.
Exactly. That's just a facade.
Like I said before, if they truly want to show the spirit of sportsmanship, not sportsmanship now, but the spirit of humanitarianship, such a word does exist. I mean, we are now authority. We should be able to create our own words, right? If they want to show such spirit, then you should tell it and say it loud, cut across board. That, okay, you know what? In the spirit of growing Nigeria, helping Nigeria to grow, we know a lot of people are out there, they can't even afford 1 meal, let alone 3 square meals. I, Senator so, has now decided to donate my money every month in helping Nigerians, knowing that they have other revenue, they have other allocations, other cash, and wardrobe this, wardrobe that, they have all that. But because they want to live their lavish lifestyle, create that double standard where, the country is too hard. Come on, don't you guys know? Stop wasting money. Meanwhile, you're asking for your own to be increased. Why not we see you say, forget about my own increment. Can we see the salaries of teachers level 4, level 5, whatever you want to call them, ordinary teachers that teach government in government schools, in secondary schools, can we see their salaries being increased? How much are they earning? Can we see people who sweep the road increase their salaries? In fact, if I was a senator, I'll tell you, don't increase any of my money. In fact, divide it in half. Take my money and send it to those people who clean the streets in different countries, in different states, right? In Lagos State and other areas where I know that they need it the most. They need it the most because, truth be told, I'm a man of influence. If I'm a senator and I am in the stream of influence, I know other ways that you can do your business and make money. But these other people who clean the streets, those are true Nigerians. I'm not saying any other person is not a true Nigerian. I'm only saying that, look, they are not just working hard, they're working hard with sweat. We all know that an animal farm, as he says, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others.
Okay.
You know, so the increment, I think, should be put on hold. That's my own take.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed and see how that pans out eventually, if they will actually be put on hold or if they will actually get what they're looking for.
Well,
because, I mean, everyone, I think across Nigeria, everyone is literally looking for an increase in their salary because things are tough. Although for them, it's laughable because they have like tons and tons of allowances and they're also siphoning funds. So if you're thinking, what does it really matter?
If you give someone 5 million naira as, package for the month, he or she's going to have 5.5 million naira problem. In other words, money is never enough. Leave that out for now.
Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with us. Keep watching BDTV.
viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Noma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, August 20th.
On this day in 1958, Godi Jedi Agba was born. He is a Nigerian bureaucrat, politician, and former Group General Manager of the Crude Oil Marketing Division at Nigerian National Petroleum Company, also known as NNPC. He is the first son of His Royal Highness Uti Jedi Agba, the paramount ruler of Obudu Area Council in Cross River State. He bagged his first degree in International Studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State in 1983. In 1989, he proceeded to University of Lagos, Akoka for his master's degree in International Law and Diplomacy. He was honored as an officer of the Order of the Federal Republic in September 2012. Godi began his career in the Federal Civil Service in September 1984 as an Assistant Secretary to and was posted in October 1985 to the Federal Development Authority FDA Lagos as Senior Assistant Secretary. In 1987, he rose to Deputy Licensing Officer and by 1989 became Personal Assistant to the Minister of Special Duties under the Presidency, a role he held until December 1990 when he moved to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a Personal Assistant to the Minister of State. He served there until 1993 before becoming Personal Assistant to the Secretary of State, a position he held until 1995 when he joined the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. At NNPC, he advanced to Head of Market Research in the Crude Oil Marketing Department and later became Head of Gas Liquids and Condensate Sales in the same department. He left NNPC in 2014 to pursue a career in politics, and in July 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari nominated him as minister. On 21st August 2019, he was officially appointed Minister of State for Power. And on this day in 2023, Spain defeated England by scoring 1-0 to win the country's first Women's World Cup. Women's World Cup is an international football competition that determines the world champion among women's national teams. Like the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup is governed by the Federation Internationale de Football Association, also known as FIFA, and takes place every 4 years. The field for the Women's World Cup is determined by various international sectional competitions held over the course of several years before the final elimination event. The inaugural tournament in 1991 was won by the United States. This initial contest and the 1995 iteration of the Women's World Cup featured 12 international teams in the final tournament. The field expanded to 16 teams in 1999 and to 24 teams in 2015.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Noma Obona. Keep watching BDTV. Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Noma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, August 20th.
On this day in 1958, Godi Jedi Agba was born. He is a Nigerian bureaucrat, politician, and former Group General Manager of the Crude Oil Marketing Division at Nigerian National Petroleum Company, also known as NNPC. He is the first son of His Royal Highness Uti Jedi Agba, the paramount ruler of Obudu Area Council in Cross River State. He bagged his first degree in International Studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State in 1983. In 1989, he proceeded to University of Lagos, Akoka, for his master's degree in international law and diplomacy. He was honored as an officer of the Order of the Federal Republic in September 2012. Godi began his career in the Federal Civil Service in September 1984 as an Assistant Secretary 2 and was posted in October 1985 to the Federal Development Authority FDA Lagos as Senior Assistant Secretary. In 1987, he rose to Deputy Liaison Officer and by 1989 became Personal Assistant to the Minister of Special Duties under the Presidency, a role he held until December 1990 when he moved to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a Personal Assistant to the Minister of State. He served there until 1993 before becoming Personal Assistant to the Secretary of State, a position he held until 1995 when he joined the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. At NNPC, he advanced to Head of Market Research in the Crude Oil Marketing Department and later became Head of Gas Liquids and Condensate Sales in the same department. He left NNPC in 2014 to pursue a career in politics, and in July 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari nominated him as minister. On 21st August 2019, he was officially appointed Minister of State for Power. And on this day in 2023, Spain defeated England by scoring 1-0 to win the country's first Women's World Cup. Women's World Cup is an international football competition that determines the world champion among women's national teams. Like the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup is governed by the Fédération Internationale de Football Association, also known as FIFA, and takes place every 4 years. The field for the Women's World Cup is determined by various international sectional competitions held over the course of several years before the final elimination event. The inaugural tournament in 1991 was won by the United States. This initial contest and the 1995 iteration of the Women's World Cup featured 12 international teams in the final tournament. The field expanded to 16 teams in 1999 and to 24 teams in 2015.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Noma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome back to Economy and Market for the first time in quite a while. And we're starting off. This is a platform where we get like the breaking news on economy and as well as break down some of the happenings that have characterized the market space over the past week. So we're starting off with some of the business news making the rounds, starting off with a business day analysis that shows that United Capital PLC and Presco PLC are ranking as the most profitable Nigerian listed firms in the first half of 2025 by profit margin performance. According to an analysis of the 30 biggest firms listed on the NGX, it shows that 20 firms, 20 of these companies have collectively posted around 2.47 trillion after-tax profit. This is more than double the 1.15 trillion that they recorded in H1 2024, despite the inflation, high interest rate, and FX volatility. United Capital boasts the highest profit margin at 45.8%, albeit a slight decline of 1.7% from the previous year. Presco PLC follows closely with a 36% profit margin from 28% in H1 2024. This is bolstered by rising crude oil palm prices. Then we also have Okumu Oil, Boa Cement, and Wema Bank rounding up the top 5 as it demonstrates strong operational fundamentals amid economic challenges. Also, we're seeing signs that the Nigerian economy is showing signs of resilience with a GDP growth rate of 3.13% in Q1 2025. This is in line with the IMF's projection of 3.4% for the year 2025, driven by improved output and easing inflationary pressures. This was indicated in Stanbic IBTC's Purchasing Managers Index report, highlighting a positive outlook for Nigeria's private sector. Then we move on to the pension scene, where the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, has blacklisted Infinity Trust and 5 other mortgage banks, suspending their RSA equity contribution. That's Retirement Savings Account Equity Contribution. The National Pension Commission blacklisted 7 primary mortgage banks from processing or accepting equity contribution applications submitted by retirement savings account holders. The decision, announced in a circular on August 11, was signed by Obiora Ibeziakor, the head of Benefit and Insurance Department at PENCOM, citing non-compliance with housing loans regulation. In the directive, PENCOM ordered all PFAs, including closed pension fund administrators and pension fund custodians, to immediately cease dealing with the affected institutions. The move underscores the regulator's efforts to enforce strict compliance within the mortgage and pension sectors to protect contributors under the contributory pension scheme. The mortgage banks listed in the circular included Jigawa Savings and Loans Limited, the FHA Mortgage Bank Limited, Delta Trust Mortgage Bank Limited, AG Mortgage Bank Limited, Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank Limited, Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank PLC, I beg your pardon, First Trust Mortgage Bank Limited, and Mutual Alliance Mortgage Bank Limited. According to the commission, they say, please be guided. Then Nigeria is leading Africa's stable coin market with $22 billion in transaction in 1 year. Nigeria has emerged as Africa's largest stable coin market, recording nearly $22 billion in transaction between July 2023 and June 2024. This is according to a report by Yellow Card, which is one of Africa's leading stablecoin payment infrastructure provider. The report, tagged Stablecoin Adoption in Emerging Markets, was released on Tuesday and shows that stablecoin now account for about 43% of all crypto transaction volumes in sub-Saharan Africa. Globally, the stablecoin market has expanded from a capitalization of $5 billion in 2020 to $230 billion as of May 2025. Yellow Card highlighted Nigeria's reliance on stablecoin as a hedge against FX scarcity, volatile naira to dollar rate, and weak banking infrastructure. The Vice President of Global Operations at Yellow Card, Lasbury Chioma Oludimu, said that stablecoins are transforming cross-border trade, treasury management, and financial inclusion. Also, the country manager, Somtochukwu Msofo, added that they hold strong potentials across oil and gas, manufacturing, and banking, despite the risks such as dollarization and limited digital literacy. The report also highlighted that US tariffs on African exports and the Genius Act have accelerated stablecoin adoption. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Securities and Exchange Commission is also developing a framework for Naira-pegged stablecoins under its Crypto Smart Nigeria Strong initiative. The SEC says it will ensure digital asset innovation serves real economic activity, supported by verifiable reserves and independent audits. Then we'll move on to Seplat, that is boosting Nigeria's LPG market, that's the liquefied petroleum gas market or cooking gas market, with gas from ExxonMobil's old assets. Seplat Energy has achieved a major milestone in Nigeria's energy sector by delivering its first domestic supply of liquefied petroleum gas from the Bonny River Terminal in Rivers State in partnership with the NNPC Limited. Seplat completed the loading of 12,600 metric tons of butane, a move that marks a shift from decades of exporting LPG to meeting domestic demand. This landmark supply is expected to strengthen Nigeria's energy security and reduce reliance on imports. Nigeria, despite having one of the world's largest gas reserves, imports over 70% of its LPG due to poor infrastructure. Seplat's initiative is seeking to reverse this trend by injecting locally produced LPG into the market. The company is also developing the Anor gas plant in Imo State and the Sapele gas plant in Delta State, both with a combined LPG output expected by Q4 of 2025. Basically, industry analysts are highlighting these initiatives' impact on price stability, environmental sustainability, and public health. By reducing import dependence, Seplat's move could ease pressure on foreign exchange and stabilize cooking gas prices. Additionally, greater LPG adoption is also supporting the federal government's decade of gas strategy. Then we move on to oil prices that have fallen again as Nigeria's fiscal plan is threatened. On August 19, that was yesterday, oil prices fell as expectations grew that a meeting involving the United States, Russia, and Ukraine might ease sanctions on Russian crude. Brent crude dropped by 1% or 67 cents and is now trading at $65.93 per barrel, while the West Texas Intermediate WTI fell to $62 per barrel. This decline poses further significant risk to Nigeria's fiscal plan for 2025, potentially worsening the federal government's budget deficit. Following a meeting between US President Donald Trump, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and European allies, it was announced in a social media post that he had spoken with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump said arrangements were being made for a meeting between Putin and Zelensky, which could lead to a trilateral summit involving all three leaders. Commerzbank analysts noted that the renewed hopes for peace in Ukraine is contributing to falling oil prices as geopolitical tension eased slightly and concerns of supply disruptions diminished. Despite the modest rise in Nigeria's oil output to about 1.5 million barrels per day, production levels still lags the 2025 budget target of 1.78 million barrels per day. And with Brent crude hovering below the government budget benchmark of $75 per barrel, Nigeria's fiscal stability remains under pressure amidst a shifting global oil landscape. After the break, we return with updates from the market from yesterday. Okay, so now we're back with market update. Yesterday, we saw the NGX All Share Index close at 142,613 points as it shed over 2,000 points, or 1.46%, the lowest decline we have seen in the market in quite a while this year. Still, the year-to-date gains remain strong, is over 38%, outperforming still at the level that has outperformed 2024 overall year performance. Market activity was brisk as over 1 billion shares were traded, worth around 17.6 billion naira, and market capitalization settled at 90.227 trillion naira. Our top gainers yesterday were led by the Nigerian Enamelware company, Nigerian Enamelware PLC, that went up 9.95% to close at a share price of 35 naira 90 kobo. Dar Communications, media giant Dar Communications, also followed suit with a 9.82% gain to close at the share price of $1.23. We also saw Deep Capital go up 9.60% to close at the share price of $1.94. And Academy Press up by 8.43%, closed at a share price of 9 naira. And International Breweries also concluded the top 5 gainers of yesterday with a share price appreciation of 6.95% to hit a share price of 13 naira 85 kobo. And amongst our losers, leading the losers chart was Royal Exchange, down by 10%, by the maximum 10%, to close at the share price of 2 naira 52 kobo. Then we also saw Dangote Cement, the giant, which was the major shift. It lost 9.88% to close at the share price of 520 naira from 577 naira the day before. RT Briscoe down 9.87% to close at the share price of 3 naira 56 kobo. Then Jais Bank, investors reacting to the bank's rebranding, down 9.81% to hit a share price of 4 naira 32 kobo. Then Lasaco Assurance, also down by 9.77% after weeks of appreciation to close at the share price of 3 naira and 60 kobo. Amongst our top traded shares, all our top traded shares yesterday basically were from the insurance side of things. We saw Universal Insurance lead the volume chart with 130.222 million shares in deals worth about 173 million naira. ICO, 100 million shares were traded in deals worth just about 438 million naira. The Mutual Benefit Assurance, also 68.5 million shares in deals worth around 310 million naira. Then Prestige Assurance, also 68.867 million shares, about 69 million shares in deals worth about 135.371 million naira. Then Regency Alliance Insurance, also 46 million shares in deals worth about 69 million shares. From there we move to the global market, where we saw minimal gains recorded. In the US market, we saw the Dow Jones just a slight uptick as it gained 0.04%. All of this is in anticipation of a rate cut that is projected to happen in September. There is significant projections that and expectations that a rate cut will happen in the US. Hence, a lot of it is noted that if that rate cut does not happen, there will probably be a lot of market correction. We saw S&P firmly down slightly by 0.52%, 6,415 points. Then Nasdaq Composite, that's the index that deals with Nasdaq itself and all of the tech stocks, down 1.24% to close at 21,361 points. In Asia, there was also significant decline yesterday. All the key indexes closed in the red, while from the Nikkei 225 from Japan and the Kospi of Korea and Hang Seng Index of Hong Kong all down, all in the red. However, in Europe, the story was quite different, as the major indexes, Germany, England, France, all closed in the positive region. We see the FTSE 100 from England up by 0.34%, CAC 40 up by 1.21%, and DAX index up by 0.45%. In terms of currency space, the Naira has been at the same level it has been for the past 2 months, closing at 1,534 Naira to the dollar. That's in the official market. Against the euro, 1,793 Naira to the euros and 2,070 Naira to the pounds. After the break, we're going to be talking about the newly signed Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act on Naira 2025.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Okay, and welcome back. So now we're going to the discussion part of economy and markets this morning. Now let's talk about the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act. It was signed some weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago. However, we just saw the gazetted version come out on Sunday. Now the future of Nigeria's insurance has just been rewritten. Basically, some of the provisions of the act state that it's a whole leap into a very different space for the insurance players. What we've been saying is it's not just a facelift, it's not just some part of the act lifted, it's a full-scale overhaul. Basically, out with the old decade-old rules. Now we are having new capital standards, 10 billion naira minimum capital requirement for life insurers, then 15 billion for non-life, 35 billion minimum capital for reinsurers, and must be backed by 100% capital adequacy ratio requirement. For the unlicensed insurers, penalties will now include hefty fines and even jail time, depending on it's all based on the prerogative of the courts. Consumers have also scored a major win. Delayed payouts are out. Insurers must now honor claims with zero tolerance for delay. A new policyholder protection fund is also included in the law that will be seeded by a tiny 0.25% levy on gross premiums. Basically, all of this is to stand guard in case the insurer goes under. Digitization is now mandatory, so everything has to go online and has to be under the watch of NICOM, from the licensing to the claims to the filing. Everything must now be online, all in a bid to ensure that operations are faster and they are transparent. And what we can see from the new act is that the NGX insurance index has exploded. It's now up over 91% year to date, and we've seen a massive surge just this month. In just this month, the NGX insurance index has gone up 54%. That's in the month of August. We've seen ICO, Custodian, NEM Insurance, all triple-digit gains that they've recorded. However, there's still quite a lot to unpack from the act, and to help us with that, we have Charles Lawson, who is a team lead business strategy and planning at Custodian Investment PLC. Good morning, Charles. It's nice to have you here.
Likewise.
Yeah, so we'll start just immediately. Basically, insurance penetration in Nigeria is below 1%. It's at least below 1% of our GDP, based on the rebased GDP. What structural challenges are preventing this deeper adoption? Can you hear me?
Yeah, so in my opinion, yes, I can hear you. So yeah, thanks for having me. In my opinion, there are three major barriers, right? So I would say lack of awareness and how insurance works or how it benefits them. We also have lack of trust, past experiences or delayed claims, even unpaid claims have made people skeptical over time. Then accessibility. Some products don't reach people where they are, especially those in the rural and informal sectors. But what is being done is that the industry has embarked on a broad campaign. There's financial literacy drives and collaborations with schools, associations, unions, just to boost that awareness. Also, the National Insurance Commission, NICOM, timelines and penalties on delayed claims, just to rebuild that trust and to show Nigerians that insurance actually pays. And then of course we've had the expansion of micro insurance and digital channels. You have the fintechs, the telcos, USSD, and mobile apps to make insurance easy and affordable. So yeah, a lot still needs to be done, but those are the three major challenges. And I think when we innovate around tailor-made products for majorly for low-income earners, we publicize real-life claim stories, and then we strengthen our collaboration with government agencies and communities, we can actually bridge that gap and deepen penetration.
Okay, so you've identified quite a number of things. You've identified quite a number of factors. So based on the new laws that we have now, do you think that the reforms in the laws are sufficient to shake up the industry and probably rejig that number?
Yeah, so in shaking up the industry, I think the new capital requirements, for insurers and reinsurers would play a significant role. Now, as you mentioned earlier, we have it was previously 2 billion for life, 3 billion for non-life, and 10 billion for reinsurers. Now it has jumped up to 10 billion for life, 15 billion for non-life, and 35 billion for reinsurers. So this recapitalization is a game changer. It raises the bar, and it means that only well-capitalized companies will actually be able to operate. And then for the customers, right, it means there's greater confidence that their insurers can actually pay claims when the need arises. But I would mention the foreign aspect or the foreign impact of this, right? The new act will change how foreign companies actually see insurers. For a lot of years, right, the sector has been looked at as undercapitalized or fragmented, but with the new capital and risk-based rules, they will be viewed more as stable and credible, right? And then investors will also inject fresh funds into local companies, companies trying to meet the threshold, while the bigger global insurers may see this as the right moment to either acquire, merge, with the smaller players. So in summary, this act is going to trigger like a massive wave of foreign investments and consolidation, not just in the insurance industry, but also in the Nigerian economy.
So basically, we've talked now. I want to ask about how you see the way this will affect the way brokers and probably loss adjusters, insurers, how they operate in Nigeria. How do you think this will affect the way insurers act in Nigeria? So a lot of the time, a lot of the concern about the insurance industry has been around the fact that claims are paid late. That's one of the big one of the big issues that people have. They say claims are paid late, and other times people ask, how much do the insurer even want to pay you after you have incurred such a loss? They pay you probably, some people say they pay you probably 10% of the loss you've incurred. So do you think that this is going to be like a huge game changer in the way that people will now begin to see the insurance industry?
Okay, well, I would say that everyone has to up their game, from the insurers to the brokers to the loss adjusters. The insurers must become more transparent. The brokers must put their customers' interests first and be clear with their disclosures. And then the loss adjusters must work faster and independently. That's independent of influence from either the broker or the insurer, right? So when it comes to claim payments, right, the claims adjustment and treatment is guided by the policy document. So apart from delay in claims, the amount paid on claims actually depends on what was agreed before, or rather at the inception of the policy. But for the new act, right, section 76 subsection 5 states that if an insurer fails to settle a claim within 30 days after the claim has been agreed and all relevant documents have been submitted, the insurer is going to pay a penalty not less than twice the prevailing CBN MPR rate, which means that, for instance, if the CBN rate, I think it is 27.5%,
yes,
right, and an insurer is owing you 1 million, for instance, if that 1 million is delayed, the insurer is paying that 1 million plus 55% interest for every year of delay. So I think with this, it will deter insurance from delaying claims, because it's not only inconvenient, it's actually going to be more expensive for them in the long run.
Okay. So one question I want to ask around is around the minimum capital requirement. So one thing I noticed when I was looking through the minimum capital requirement is the framework is different from the banking recapitalization framework. It's set differently. So the question I want to ask is what are the available channels for insurance companies to raise this money? Do they need to go through the same route of raising money like the banks from rights issues, public offer? Does that suffice in this case, or it's entirely different for them now?
Okay, so the structure of minimum capital requirements is different from the bank, and it's different because their operations are totally different, right?
Yes.
The banks take deposits daily and lend out money, and their capital is designed to protect against sudden withdrawals and loans. But insurance, on the other hand, collects premium and promise to pay claims in future, sometimes even years ahead. So their capital must be structured around long-term obligations and risk pooling, not daily transactions. For instance, if everyone, the bank must have enough liquidity to respond immediately. But insurance, claims don't happen all at once, right? They occur maybe within months or years. So the capital is actually structured to ensure future solvency. But in terms of raising capital, yes, those that are publicly quoted would actually raise capital through the capital markets. There are going to be mergers, there are going to be acquisitions, so those are channels by which, similar channels really to the banks by which they can raise this capital.
Okay. Because there's been quite a number of, from my end, there's been a lot of, we've not really been able to get the clear picture. I've seen it that it's not like when the CBN came up with the regulation for the banks, it was like, okay, banks have to raise tier 1 capital and it must not be from their retained earnings and things like that. So now one question, just the branch of this question, do the number of insurance companies have retained earnings? Can they translate their retained earnings to this minimum capital requirement, or is there any provision that prevents them from doing that? The CBN objectively prevented banks from doing that. Does NICOM prevent insurance companies from doing the same thing? Probably like translating some of its retained earnings and other equity, other parts of its shareholder funds into minimum capital. Is there anything like that the case with insurance companies?
So for that, I do not think that there is any restriction.
Okay.
But what I would say is that the CBN largely governs all financial transactions. Well, similarly with insurance companies. So yes, there might be some restrictions, but I don't think there's any express law from NICOM stating that or restricting how they translate their retained earnings.
Okay, sorry. Then under the Naira, under the new laws, risk-based capital is introduced. So what does this mean in simple terms for insurers and for their customers? What is the term risk-based capital?
Okay, so let me describe it this way, right? Think of it as a driver's license, right? You have a small car, or you are driving a tricycle, maybe let's say keke, as you call it. If you have a license to drive that, you don't need a trailer license, right? So with risk-based capital, insurers can actually carry the size of risk that their capital allows.
Okay.
So instead of meeting a flat amount, insurers must actually hold capital proportionate to the risk they carry. So to guide this, right, NICOM, the National Insurance Commission, has inaugurated a recapitalization committee. And this committee will be coming up with the actual framework to implement this as the days go on. So the implementation window started, I think, set 31st July, and it will be ending 30th July 2026. So that gives like a 1-year window for insurers to restructure, acquire, merge, or recapitalize, right? So basically, the risk-based insurance is you are going to specialize in your niche, specific risk and insurance policies, and then you have your capitalization figures for those particular risks.
So basically, what that means is that in simpler terms, what that means is that what is acceptable as the capital base for a company like, say, Leadway will not be acceptable for a smaller insurance firm like Africa Alliance.
So it's more of going to be a restriction on what and how many policies or what policies they can do.
Okay.
Right. So it's not by company. It's only going to restrict them into specialized niches and specialized risks. So if you have a smaller capital base, you're most likely going to be doing maybe a limited number of policies.
Okay. Thank you so much.
But then I should say that the recapitalization with a more detailed framework. So we will not want to preempt the regulators, right? So we'll wait for them to come out with the framework as the days go by. They'll have more details.
Okay, so now for the everyday Nigerian, how do you think that this law, this act, is going to change the way claims are paid? Will it hasten it up? Will it increase it? Or how will it change the way claims are paid for the everyday Nigerian who has an insurance policy?
Okay, well, as I earlier stated, right, there's a stricter penalty for delayed claims. So I believe that with the penalty being stated in the new act, it will deter insurers from delaying claims. So people should expect that their claims will be attended to promptly. There will be no delays, and of course, where there are issues and disparities, insurers will be more likely and inclined to sort them out so that they don't run foul of NICOM's guidelines.
Okay, and one question I'd have to ask is about the fact that we see our insurance space in Nigeria is quite small when you compare to what we have in other countries. I don't know. I think in the US the insurance space is quite bigger than what you have in the banking space, because there is a much bigger emphasis on insurance. However, in our own space, it's very small. And this law looks like it's going to crowd smaller insurance companies out of business. Like some of them would effectively have to consolidate, will have to be absorbed into bigger ones. Do you think it's a win for the industry, or is there any way, or you win? Is it a case of you win some, you lose some, or is it a win-win for everybody at the end?
So my opinion on this is that it's actually a win-win for everyone. Okay. So we have two major factors to this, right? The companies are going to have to recapitalize. Okay. But then again, we have the risk-based insurance, which means that small companies don't necessarily have to close shop, right? They can actually specialize in specific risks. So we're not worried about companies closing shop. Yes, there'll be consolidation. Yes, there'll be mergers, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. The angle we should look at is that the fewer but stronger companies are better for the customers than many weak companies. So smaller firms may merge, they may be acquired, alliances may be formed, but the interest is that the customer gets better treatment, better service, better claims payment processes. So that's the angle that we're looking at.
Okay. Now, a question around some of the compulsory requirements. Now, the Act requires that public buildings must be insured, healthcare providers must be insured. There's a number of compulsory insurance requirements cut across the entire bill. Now, let's talk about public buildings, Fasi. How enforceable are these rules in practice? The fact that some things that people own, I think utilities, there are certain utilities to that must be insured. I've not gone through the entire scope of the bill, but first of all, just help us with what are some of those compulsory insurance requirements. Now, what are those things that the law states must be insured, and how enforceable are those things, are these rules in practice?
Okay, so when it comes to compulsory insurance, right, enforcement has always been a problem. Right. Okay. However, this new act actually changes the approach. So instead of relying on insurance, the law now links compulsory insurance to licensing and regulatory approvals. Okay. So let me give an example, right? If you can't get or renew an operating license for a hospital without showing proof of healthcare professional indemnity. And that's one of the compulsory insurances, right? So a public building or an event center won't be approved by town planning or fire authorities or all the authorities without the evidence of public liability cover, right? And we've also seen motor insurance being enforced. We tied to vehicle registration. Also in the news, I'm sure you must have seen that there's an existing partnership between NICOM and the Nigeria Police Force.
Okay.
Motor insurance is actually going to be checked along the routes that we take. So this integration means enforcement is no longer going to just depend on goodwill, but it's built into compliance checks for all public buildings.
So when you say public buildings, now we're not talking of, in the scope of public buildings in my head, we're even relating to government buildings. Now we're talking of any building in which, any building that the public uses. Like what kind of building? Like markets, shopping malls, and...
Yeah, structures, right? Markets, if it's a structure, if it's a building, an actual structure, yes.
Okay.
That's a public building.
How about
building
schools?
That the public has access to. Sorry?
I said school buildings, like secondary school buildings, primary school buildings.
So those may not necessarily be classified as public buildings because there's a contract between the school and the students for the student to be inside the building. Okay. When we say public building, we are talking about buildings that public people have access to random. It's not specific people. Do you help you understand?
Okay. All right. So now the question is, will the law now make, based on our financial inclusion goals, how well do you grade this law or this act in making insurance more accessible? We have a problem where insurance is viewed as an elite product. I'll just give a short. While I was much younger, insurance was viewed as something that belonged to the people who had like the fancy jobs, who had the fancy job titles, maybe the oil workers or the government workers, stuff like that. So how well do you grade this act in helping to ensure that insurance now is viewed as a public service, like what banking has now become?
Okay, so firstly, based on my years of experience and practice, I no longer view insurance as an elite product, right? Because from what I've seen over time, the industry has actually evolved.
Yes.
Today, there's virtually a product for everyone. We have micro insurance for low income earners. We have TACAFU for faith-based communities. We have health and life cover. You know, there's so many. So what this act actually does to bring it down to everyone's level is it supports digital distribution channels, right?
Okay.
So policies can be bought via mobile phones and USSD codes. It also enforces compulsory insurance. As we spoke earlier, motor, public buildings, healthcare, you know, and these touch a lot of Nigerians, millions of Nigerians. Then it also backs micro insurance and community-based schemes that reach the low-income earners, the market women, the farmers, transporters, and artisans. So rather than keeping insurance exclusive, right, these reforms actually push it further into the mainstream of our everyday life. So I'll give an example. We have things that are for as little as 500 naira, an Okada rider, for instance, can have access to personal accident or disability, maybe using his phone. So these are the kind of things that the act is trying to promote. So basically trying to make everyone be aware that there's a policy for everyone.
Okay, thank you so much for your time on the show, Mr. Charles Lawson, the team lead business planning and strategy at Custodian Investment PLC. Thank you so much for being with us on the show this morning.
Thank you.
All right. Now, based on what we've heard across, insurance will probably not longer be an elite product. There's a lot that can go on in this space, and that's all we can take on economy and markets for this morning. I remain your amiable host, David Olujimi. Thank you.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So, inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial, process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Japan, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it, educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming. Let let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult. So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company. We're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places. We will watch over them. We try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's the way it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy, because I will tell you, One thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools, so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there's a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talent. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group, they're partnering very well, we have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful, is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call, we say, "My name is Josephine Shafi, how can I best serve you?"
Inclusive tourism is as simple as it sounds. Inclusive tourism, it means that every single person, from abled to disabled, from buoyant to struggling, let me put it that way, is able to is able to enjoy our tourism and then to be able to exploit as locals. So I feel like inclusive tourism means focusing on people who both can access it because they are able and people who can't because they are disabled, and create things around those people that even though you're blind or you're deaf or you cannot walk, you still have access to these cultural sites, and you don't feel left out because we have embraced what inclusive tourism is for as a whole. We need to look inward. We need to do better. We can have 100 of these conferences, but if we do not decide to take action as soon as possible, we will continue to talk. So my major takeaway again is we need to do better. We need to promote ourselves. We need to value ourselves. When you value yourself, you value what you have. You value your home. When you value your home, you don't talk bad about it. You try and make it better. You hide your secret. I believe that's what having a home does. And so I believe very strongly again that we need to do better in terms.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Seplat boosts Nigeria's LPG market with gas from ExxonMobil's old assets. DSS opposes bail for our church attack suspect, cites linked to Al-Shabaab terrorists. Osun Local Government Fund, LULGE, raises concern over alleged scheme to distort justice. US strikes deportation deal with Honduras and Uganda. And Balmoral Group to stage Nigeria's biggest boxing night featuring Amir Khan. Let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where Seplat Energy PLC, Nigeria's independent energy company, has taken a step towards reshaping the country's energy landscape by delivering its first domestic supply of liquefied petroleum gas from the Bonny River terminal in Rivers State. In a joint venture with Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Seplat Energy completed the loading of 12,600 metric tons of butane, marking a decisive shift in the country's long-standing reliance on imported cooking gas. For decades, LPG produced from the BRT, an asset previously operated by ExxonMobil and acquired by Seplat, was almost exclusively exported, depriving the domestic market of much-needed supply. Now, according to reports, the landmark cargo signals not only a milestone for Seplat, but also a pivotal moment for Nigeria's quest to strengthen energy security and stability. And then moving on, the Department of State Services has asked the Federal High Court in Abuja to deny bail to 5 men standing trial over their alleged involvement in the deadly June 5th, 2022 terror attack on St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, which left about 40 worshippers dead and more than 100 others injured. In a counter affidavit filed against the defendant's bail application, the DSS warned that the men allegedly connected to foreign terrorist fighters linked to the Al-Shabaab group pose a huge risk of absconding if released. The DSS further revealed that granting bail could jeopardize the safety of witnesses comprising the ongoing trial. The defendant, identified as Idris Abdulmalik Omeza, Al-Qasim Idris, Jamil Abdulmalik, Abdulrahim Idris, and Momo Otuo Abubakar, were arraigned on a 9-count charge bordering on terrorism. To end the local news, the Osun State chapter of the Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees has expressed concern that certain influential individuals are purportedly conspiring to utilize the Abuja Vacation Court to reverse the existing judgment of the Appeal Court, aiming to reclaim funds withheld by the state. The organization revealed that its members will not possibly observe as it feels desperate individuals.
From the kindly we are having the PA to the Deputy President
of the populace. The union urged the judiciary to resist any attempt at the preservation or perversion of justice and to deny any request for vacation hearing regarding these issues.
The Court of Appeal has already spoken. It ruled unequivocally that the February 22nd, 2025 local government election of Osun State remains the valid election. It affirmed the removal of those APC officials. In simple terms, there is no valid tenure for the sacked chairman and councillors. Fellow Nigerians, we smell a plot to use the Abuja vacation court to give through the back door what the Court of Appeal has already denied. We say today, justice cannot be ambushed. The people of Osun State will not allow their resources to be stolen under the cover of judicial maneuvers. Abraham Lincoln also said, the hottest seat in hell is reserved for those who keep silent in the face of tyranny and oppression. As a union, we must speak out. We can't keep silent and be watching the downfall of Osun State being oppressed. We therefore call on the judiciary to stand firm to resist pressure and to refuse this application for partisan hearing. We call on all Nigerians to remain vigilant. And we warn any attempt to rob the people of Osun State, particularly our members, through legal shortcuts, will be resisted by all lawful means available. So what we are saying is, let the rule of law, let the judgment that was given at the level of appeal court be respected, and let peace return to Osun State. The Court of Appeal.
We now move to the foreign scene, where the U.S. has reached bilateral deportation agreement with Honduras and Uganda as part of its crackdown on illegal immigration. According to reports, Uganda has agreed to take an unclear number of African and Asian migrants who had claimed asylum on the U.S.-Mexico border, while Honduras will receive several hundred deported people from Spanish-speaking countries. The move is reportedly part of an attempt by Donald Trump's administration to get more countries to accept deported migrants who are not their own citizens. Human rights campaigners have condemned the policy, saying migrants face the risk of being sent to countries where they could be harmed. Under the agreement, Uganda has agreed to accept deported migrants as long as they do not have criminal histories, while it remains unclear how many the country would ultimately accommodate. And to end the news, Balmoral Group Promotions, in partnership with AK Promotions, is set to deliver the biggest boxing event ever staged in Nigeria, bringing global attention to Lagos on a night of historic proportions. The event titled Chaos in the Ring will take place on Wednesday, October 1st, coinciding with Nigeria's Independence Day, and will be broadcast live globally on DAZN. The event marks a groundbreaking collaboration between Nigeria's leading boxing promoter and former Olympia and world champion Amir Khan, blending international stars with Nigerian talent to celebrate the nation's pride and potential on the global stage. Now, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Stay tuned for more updates.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Noma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, August 20th.
On this day in 1958, Godi Jedi Agba was born. He is a Nigerian bureaucrat, politician, and former Group General Manager of the Crude Oil Marketing Division at Nigerian National Petroleum Company, also known as NNPC. He is the first son of His Royal Highness Uti Jedi Agba, the paramount ruler of Obudu Area Council in Cross River State. He bagged his first degree in international studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State in 1983. In 1989, he proceeded to University of Lagos, Akoka for his master's degree in international law and diplomacy. He was honored as an officer of the Order of the Federal Republic in September 2012. Godi began his career in the Federal Civil Service in September 1984 as an Assistant Secretary to, and was posted in October 1985 to the Federal Development Authority FDA Lagos as Senior Assistant Secretary. In 1987, he rose to Deputy Liaison Officer and by 1989 became Personal Assistant to the Minister of Special Duties under the Presidency, a role he held until December 1990 when he moved to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a Personal Assistant to the Minister of State. He served there until 1993 before becoming Personal Assistant to the Secretary of State, a position he held until 1995 when he joined the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. At NNPC, he advanced to Head of Market Research in the Crude Oil Marketing Department and later became Head of Gas Liquids and Condensate Sales in the same department. He left NNPC in 2014 to pursue a career in politics, and in July 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari nominated him as minister. On 21st August 2019, he was officially appointed Minister of State for Power. And on this day in 2023, Spain defeated England by scoring 1-0 to win the country's first Women's World Cup. Women's World Cup is an international football competition that determines the world champion among women's national teams. Like the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup is governed by the Fédération Internationale de Football Association, also known as FIFA, and takes place every 4 years. The field for the Women's World Cup is determined by various international sectional competitions held over the course of several years before the final elimination event. The inaugural tournament in 1991 was won by the United States, This initial contest and the 1995 iteration of the Women's World Cup featured 12 international teams in the final tournament. The field expanded to 16 teams in 1999 and to 24 teams in 2015.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV. Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, August 20th.
On this day in 1958, Godi Jedi Agba was born. He is a Nigerian bureaucrat, politician, and former Group General Manager of the Crude Oil Marketing Division at Nigerian National Petroleum Company, also known as NNPC. He is the first son of His Royal Highness Uti Jedi Agba, the paramount ruler of Obudu Area Council in Cross River State. He bagged his first degree in international studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State in 1983. In 1989, he proceeded to University of Lagos, Akoka for his master's degree in international law and diplomacy. He was honored as an officer of the Order of the Federal Republic in September 2012. Godi began his career in the Federal Civil Service in September 1984 as an Assistant Secretary to and was posted in October 1985 to the Federal Development Authority FDA Lagos as Senior Assistant Secretary. In 1987, he rose to Deputy Liaison Officer and by 1989 became Personal Assistant to the Minister of Special Duties under the Presidency, a role he held until December 1990 when he moved to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a Personal Assistant to the Minister of State. He served there until 1993 before becoming Personal Assistant to the Secretary of State, a position he held until 1995 when he joined the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. At NNPC, he advanced to Head of Market Research in the Crude Oil Marketing Department and later became Head of Gas Liquids and Condensate Sales in the same department. He left NNPC in 2014 to pursue a career in politics, and in July 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari nominated him as minister. On 21st August 2019, he was officially appointed Minister of State for Power. And on this day in 2023, Spain defeated England by scoring 1-0 to win the country's first Women's World Cup. Women's World Cup is an international football competition that determines the world champion among women's national teams. Like the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup is governed by the Fédération Internationale de Football Association, also known as FIFA, and takes place every 4 years. The field for the Women's World Cup is determined by various international sectional competitions held over the course of several years before the final elimination event. The inaugural tournament in 1991 was won by the United States. This initial contest and the 1995 iteration of the Women's World Cup featured 12 international teams in the final tournament. The field expanded to 16 teams in 1999 and to 24 teams in 2015.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in Yobong Hiwok. Nigeria has enjoyed uninterrupted and stable democracy for the past 25 years, with visible gains across all sectors. There are also visible and social and economic developments across the country. But many will argue that the progress is slow and development appears stunted when you compare the nation with its peers. On the broader democratic condition, experts say Nigerian democracy is in decline, not through the democratic collapse seen in military coups, but there a more insidious process where elected leaders use democratic structures to undermine democracy itself. Joining me today on Inside Politics to discuss the state of the Nigerian democracy is Martin Onovo, a former presidential candidate and head policy positions, Movement for Democratic Change, MFC. Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. Good to have you, sir. Good afternoon. Good to see you. We've been speaking to you on the phone for so long. Good to see you. Good to see you on BDTV.
We are glad to be here.
Yes, you've seen it all. When it comes to politics in Nigeria, you were a candidate in 2015 under the National Conscience Party. And here we are in 2025. The APC is in power. The PDP was defeated in 2015. How will you rate democracy in Nigeria from 1999 when the military handed over power to where we are now? So much have happened.
Well, the first thing is I will say that as of today, what we have in Nigeria is not a democracy. And it will be wrong in grammar and in political science to call this a democracy. This is not a democracy. And it is simplistic enough for anybody to understand. There are two pillars of democracy: the rule of law and the integrity of the ballot. Both are absent in Nigeria today. Let us talk about the rule of law. The law in Nigeria requires that every candidate for presidency must be educated to the level of West African senior secondary school certificate or its equivalent. If you look at the INEC form of Bola Tinubu, you will see primary school nil, secondary school nil. On that basis, he's not qualified to even be a local government chairman. That is a fact. And that is easily verifiable. That anybody will call this a democracy is completely erroneous. Going further, if you look at the Lagos Coastal Road, it violates every relevant law in Nigeria, starting with the Procurement Act that requires competitive bidding. Go all the way to extra budgetary expenses, violation of the Appropriation Act. Go all the way to the violation of the prohibition against corruption. Because that road cannot be worth more than 88 billion, this 47-kilometer section. But it's been done for 1.06 trillion. That's over 10 times the cost. And don't forget, I am talking from my position as a registered engineer. I am talking with full professional authority. That 47 kilometers should cost only about 88 billion. But it's being done for 1.06 trillion. That violates the constitutional prohibition against corruption. So you can see that the rule of law is completely absent. I can continue counting. I can tell you on the authority of Senator Abo that senators are earning 29 million per month. If you go to the internet and look at the Revenue Mobilization and Physical Allocation Committee website and look at the remuneration of a senator, it's less than 400,000 per annum. Sorry, per month. It's less than 400,000 per month. How are they getting 29 million? That's against the law. Many years back, about 4 political parties went to court over this issue. I think it was before Justice Ojukwu. And we have a court judgment asking them to refund the difference. They have not refunded it. In fact, they have gone ahead to continue to increase their remuneration. So where is the rule of law? If you say that this is a democracy.
Let's look at some of the issues that have actually, because a lot of Nigerians believe we are not on the right path, even non-Nigerians. Experts say we are not on the right path. Nigerian democracy is not where we should be. And some of the issues that have been raised has always been the fact that even though we've had consistent election, oftentimes periodic elections since 1999, but that some of the issues that have held us back are these elections, they are debatable, that they are not free and fair. People may debate them. Also, our institutions are also weak in the sense that, for example, what we see in recent time is that due to the controversial nature of these elections, most of these cases end up in courts, and INEC is the one that determines who wins election in Nigeria. This is the trend we've seen.
That is clear.
For a very long time now, and it appears it may continue. Even in 2027, not a setback for our democracy.
That's very clear. INEC has constitutional authority to organize elections, but INEC must organize the elections according to law and according to the principles of democracy. Yes. INEC cannot organize the elections arbitrarily. The election is clear. The constitutional standard for winning an election is clear. It's majority of valid votes. It is not majority of voodoo votes. It is not a majority of fraudulent collations. So it's majority of valid votes. That needs to be very clear. So what we have had in Nigeria cannot be called elections. Many people have called them selections. S-E-L, selections. And I will call them criminal hastes. That is what they are, because election crime is criminal. So fraudulent collation is criminal. It is very clear from the 2023 elections and the last Edo elections that the declaration of fraudulent results is being done with impunity, crass impunity. We had in 2023 where both local and foreign observers condemned the elections. And INEC not only went ahead to announce the fraudulent results, but has refused till date, this is 2025, to release the details of the elections. Elections are not conducted at collation centers.
Well, INEC did release a statement that a comprehensive statement about the 2020 election, where he said glitches and all that affected. There was a report. There had been a report of the way the election was conducted.
Excuse me, sir. You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong.
Okay.
I didn't ask for a statement. I said details of the election result. And elections are not conducted at collation centers. Elections are conducted at polling units.
Okay.
Listen to me carefully. Ask INEC to release the polling unit result of Shongotedo Primary School, where Labour Party had 50 votes and the ruling party had only 2 votes. You need to release the election like that for the 176,000 polling units
that we have in the country,
so that everybody can see it. You can't be hiding behind collation. What they are doing. So don't cite those fraudulent results for me. Release it per polling unit. That's what we want.
Let's know where we're going, what we're discussing. We're looking at some of the things that have actually held our democracy back now. I raised a point about the weak institution earlier. How much has it held us back? Talk about INEC. Talk about the anti-corruption agencies. These are institutions which are supposed to more like a checkmate our democracy to see that we're on the right path. And a lot of people feel that these agencies are not doing their work because they are not independent. How much have they held us back in terms of our democracy moving forward? We still see that our elections are I see that compared to 1999 for where we are now, still the same thing. Issues, some of the issues that still decide who the people vote for, I see about ethnicity, religion, still determine who wins election in Nigeria. And these are issues that have been there in 1999 to now.
Your approach to me is not a fundamental approach.
Okay.
You want to look at the symptoms. I want to look at the root causes. And that is why I need to dwell on these facts that till date, let me tell you, with or without BVAS, you can verify who won an election. BVAS and IREF portal are for transparency, so that everybody can see it. In the polling unit, you have your Form 8CA, which is where the elections are recorded. So even if you don't have BVAS, you don't have IREF, bring the Form 8CA, let us see. That's all. Bring the 176,000 Form 8CA, let us see them. We will add the numbers and know who won the election. Previously, I advised Jagaban Tinubu to confess that he lost the election woefully. But he has not taken my advice. And you may think it's far-fetched, but it's not.
So, do you...
Yaradua confirmed that the election that brought him to power was flawed. Why do we continue to hide behind one finger? If you bring the polling unit results and we add them up, you will see clearly that Jagaban Tinubu lost the election woefully.
Continue
2027.
Do you see this trend continue in 2027 with the INEC is still there and the tenure of this president INEC chairman will
unless we do something and the
way
you are insisting, the way you...
Do you see this trend ending in 2027? Do you see the continuation of this trend?
Well, the first thing is that number one, I cannot predict tomorrow, but I can tell you what will happen under different scenarios. If we don't take corrective action, if we continue tolerating this fraud, the way you are pushing me, then it will definitely continue. If we reject it, it will stop. So part of rejecting it is rejecting the 2023 fraud, not telling us to accept it so that we move to 2027, commit another fraud. You tell us to accept it, then we move to 2031, we commit another fraud, you tell us to accept it. The first point to correcting this fraud is to admit that there has been a fraud. If you say there has been no fraud, then there's nothing to correct. It's clear that there was a fraud. INEC needs to be completely disbanded and reconstituted afresh.
What are some of the things
because INEC has shown itself incapable of neutrality. That's clear. Is that not clear to you? Now, why did we not do that after the Yaradua's Uwais electoral reform panel? It's because some of us want to be chasing shadows. We don't want to address the root cause of the issue. If electoral fraud is a crime, then those who committed the crimes of 2023 need to be arrested, prosecuted.
But a lot of people have said, maybe what is your take on this? People say INEC is overburdened. Maybe we need to set up another agency to try and corruption cases, electoral fraud and all that.
False.
Do you agree?
False. False. INEC is not overburdened. It is not overburdened over any overburdened situation that led to Rivers. You are in Nigeria, and BBC was publishing that because it was on IREF. I went to IREF myself. I didn't send anybody. The Labour Party won Rivers election with a very wide margin. The Nigerian media could not see it. But the BBC saw it. I saw it. Because it was on INEC's own IREF. The results were there. It was very clear. And the BBC did a public a publication on that. So why do we keep pretending that we are blind to fraud? We're not blind to fraud.
You contested in 2015 as a candidate, and yes. when the PDP was in power, we saw a lot of civil society. We are very vocal about where our democracy is and where it should be. But since 2015 to now, there has been more of a decline of activity about civil society activities, even though a lot of people have said that Nigerian democracy, one of the things that affected us is lack of vibrant civil society. The late dead Mosito came to Nigeria some years back. He said one of the problems of the Nigerian democracy is the lack of vibrant civil society groups. And that trend have actually continued. I remember asking the late Yinka Odumaki just some months before he died that what have happened? We have not seen civil society talk again. He said some of them are not in power, they are not in office. So I'm asking you now, so what have happened to the civil society in Nigeria?
Well, before I go to what has
because they are very critical to the success of democracy in any country, in any society.
Well, before I get there, like I said, I want to address the root issues. And I've talked about the rule of law and the integrity of the ballot. We also have to talk about separation of powers, where you see the situation where the executive has complete control over both the legislature and the judiciary. And that's why I told you about this being a maximum dictatorship. Watch my choice of words. I'm trying to be exact. This is a maximum dictatorship, worse than a military government. And the results have also shown you cannot have democracy without free and fair elections. You cannot have democracy without the rule of law. You cannot have democracy without separation of powers. So the situation where you have now is where Jagaban Tinubu has become an absolute dictator. Absolute. And right now, the move he's making is even worse because he's trying to take over the opposition political parties. Quote me, I said it.
The coalition, because of time.
He is because of the crisis in the opposition parties. So he is the sponsor of the crisis in the opposition parties. You can see Wike's hand in PDP. Wike is an APC wolf in PDP sheep clothing. And where is the sponsorship? His sponsorship is Jagaban Tinubu. That's clear to everybody, even the blind. So why do we keep trying to conceal the truth and pretending that we are looking for solutions? You can't get solutions without dealing with the facts.
But people
First thing, let us agree that this is not a democracy. Hello, sir.
I mean, as people like you have always been there. I mean, speaking against bad governance and the need for good policies that will affect Nigerians. What I'm asking is that what have happened to the organized society? We don't seem to see much of them around.
I think that's very unfair because the civil society has done several protests. You were here in this country. You saw how underage people were arraigned for treason. Many civil society people are in unlawful detention for over a year now.
Yes.
So why are you pretending that civil society did nothing? That's unfair to civil society. What you have is a maximum dictatorship, but you don't want to admit it. That's what you have.
The coalition, they merged now into the ADC, I-2027. How do you see it? In recent weeks, they have been talking about who is going to be the candidate of this coalition. Is it Peter Obi? Is it Admechi? Is it Atiku?
Number one, I am not a member or a supporter of that worthless coalition.
Why? A lot of people. Why?
There are no lot of people there. Which lot of people?
I mean, this appears to seem to be this.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
This is the only viable opposition against the APC government and Tinubu administration.
Why do you want to impose your opinion on me?
No. You are free. You are free to say your opinion.
So don't tell me it's the only viable. P2B you mentioned is a member of the Labour Party. He's not a member of the ADC.
Okay.
Atiku has no membership card of ADC. I don't wish to have any membership card of the ADC. Are you aware that a Canadian court has declared APC and PDP as terrorist organizations? If you are aware of that, I can tell you that ADC is their sister organization. So we cannot change from A to A. Who is the national chairman of ADC?
David Mark.
David Mark.
Yes.
Where did he come from? Senior president of PDP. Who is the national secretary? Aregbeshola Alaji. Where did he come from? Minister of Interior for APC. So why are you going from 6 to half a dozen? Okay. Are you not tired? You should be tired.
But don't you agree that there has to be a united front against the biggest opposition party now, PDP, seem to have been hijacked?
It is a united front of change agents, not a united front of terrorists. Canadian court told you they are terrorists. Go and appeal against the Canadian court. Until you appeal, I agree that they are terrorists. Don't form a united front of terrorists. Form a united front of change agents.
So, what is the fate of the opposition then in 2027?
It's very clear. Opposition in Nigeria is over 90%. Tinubu is out. He knows he's out. That is why you see him taking desperate actions. He's out. And if he thinks that INEC is going to announce rubbish and it will be accepted, that's a joke.
Since after the general election in 2023.
Sorry, sir.
I mean, which party is going to challenge Tinubu in 2027? Because it's obviously it's going to be the APC candidate. Which party is going to challenge? The PDP are doing a crisis.
No. Hold on. Please. You and I will generally agree that no one knows tomorrow. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, you have said something that I agree with fundamentally. When you suggested that to challenge the ruling party, we need a united front. We are working on that, and everything is not for the media. When we are ready, we will come to you and tell you. It will be public.
Okay.
But we're working on that.
Oh, we are waiting.
And it is going to be, I don't want to use the word coalition. It's going to be alliance, a united alliance of change agents in Nigeria, not terrorists, please. And I'm using the word with full authority on the authority of the Canadian court. And take notice that I agree with the Canadian court. All those elements in ADC who came from APC and PDP are elements from terrorist organizations.
Defection and endorsement in recent weeks, even though the 2027 election is still far away. What is your take? Everybody seems to be moving to the APC.
That's not true. That's not true. Salihu Lukman was national vice chairman of APC. As I'm talking to you, he's in ADC. So what are you saying?
Major defection has been to the APC, that's what I'm saying.
No. Bring your census of defections. What is the media that is hyping these things?
Okay.
Aregbeshola, was he not from APC? What are you saying? Atiku, was he not from APC? What are you saying? You people just hype something because you're always in support of government.
But what we have been seeing, what we have been hearing in recent weeks is that the politicians say, the APC, they are being coerced. They are coercing people to join them.
That's clear. That's very clear. That's established. That's not under debate. We have confessions. That's very clear. But what I'm saying is that if you need to coerce people to join you, when you lose the power of coercion, which will be closer to the election, they will leave you. That's one. Number two, you have the power to coerce people to join you, but people are leaving you. Look at it quantitatively now.
Yes.
Then you will see what we are talking about. We know exactly what we are talking about. And you can encourage us by helping us to articulate it better. But we know what we are saying, and they are clearly factual. And for somebody like me, you said I ran for president in 2015. That's correct.
Yes.
Before then, I ran for Senate in 2007.
Are we expecting to see in 2027?
Excuse me, sir. Please, sir.
No, a lot of people who are some people who had actually seen you talk over the years want to hear from you. They want to know what your political future.
Excuse me, sir. You and I agree. I told you earlier today.
It's too early.
Nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. That's number one. And because you're forcing me to answer, otherwise I have something else I want to say.
Okay.
I will tell you that I am not afraid to run. If the political groups I belong to ask me to run, you can be sure that I will run. But I'm not going around trying to impose myself on anybody.
Our time is up, sir. Quickly, what is your take? 1 minute on the attempt to amend the 1999 Constitution by the National Assembly. There are different talk about state creation, special seat for women, and the patriots asking for a new constitution actually entirely.
Those are not the fundamental problems of Nigeria or even Africa.
Okay.
The fundamental problem of Nigeria is lawlessness and corruption. So there is no perfect constitution. The British have no written constitution, but they are more law-abiding than us. The Americans have a written constitution. They are more law-abiding than us. The constitution you have not complied with it. Is it not the constitution I started by quoting?
Yes.
Have you complied with that one? Who told you will comply with the new one?
Yes.
You are lawless, and you are chasing a piece of paper called constitution.
Thank you very much.
Comply to the law.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program. My time is up. I've been speaking with Matthew Novo, a presidential candidate under the National Conscience Party in 2015 general election. Good to have you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. You can watch our previous edition of Inside Policies on your YouTube channel. And also, you can follow us on all social media channels. Good afternoon. Stay tuned to BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national interest, be they political, social, or economic, as they affect you, of course, as they affect me as well. Today, we turn our focus to politics, and we're going to be looking at the last Saturday by-election conducted by INEC across 12 states of the Federation, where the APC sort of, asserted itself as well, grabbing about 16 of the legislative, 12 of the 16 legislative, seats that were contested by the various political parties. Since the election, so many people have said, oh, look, APC is showing strength ahead of 2027. And of course, other political parties have also said, look, the election was not really free and fair. I mean, there have been allegation, there have been accusation and counter-accusation across party lines. And so today we'll be discussing this issue, and I have with me in the house to discuss this Mr. Zebulon Gomo, who is the Sunday editor of Business Day newspaper. Mr. Zeb, welcome.
Thank you for
and as well as Mr. Uroko, who is the assistant editor here at Business Day. Mr. Uroko, welcome.
Thanks for inviting me.
Okay, so like I said in my intro, APC was able to win 12 of the 16 legislative seats that contested, in last Saturday's by-election conducted by INEC. Mr. Zell, I'll start with you. People are saying, look, in fact, APC itself is saying, look, we are still popular among Nigerians, despite the economic hardship that people complain so much about. And the people still love us. And that what we saw last Saturday is an endorsement of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his policies, which people, APC say, look, it's turning Nigeria around, it's turning the economy around. Of course, on the other hand, Labour Party, ADC, unfortunately, the ADC did not win any of the legislative seats that were contested. So I'll start with you. How do you see this? Do you really believe that the election that APC, as they claim, is still popular among Nigerians, and so that the result that we saw was a kind of a confirmation of their popularity among Nigerians, like they have said?
Thank you, Josh. I should start by saying that every party in power essentially wins a larger percentage of elections that we have always conducted in the country. Whether it was during the PDP era or now in the APC era, it has not changed so much. In all the states, we see when a local government elections are being conducted, the party in charge of those states normally come out victorious. So what happened last Saturday was not different from what we have seen. And it's wrong to begin to say it's a measure of confidence reposed in any party or the ruling party at the center. What I will even say is that it is a signpost to what we are going to see in 2027. It's not so much about the government in power has benefited Nigerians so much, or their policies have turned things around so much for Nigerians that they are now happy to say we are going to vote for the party to continue in power. But what is happening is that, you see, like I have said, if you look at in your state, PDP won, and APC is kicking in that place because PDP is in charge of the state. If you look at in Kaduna State, APC won and PDP is kicking. If you look at in Kano, there were two constituencies that didn't the result. So that was happening in that APC case.
So in the whole overall analysis, I would say that success or victory went to who paid the most. In Anambra State, for instance, the deputy governor and one other person were attacked because they wanted to go there and influence the result. But because APGA is on ground, everybody wants to identify with the APGA. And if you are not APGA, it means you are an enemy, you are a common enemy. Yes. And that's what they were treated as in that part of the
okay, so but there's something that stands out here, and that something of concern really. A situation where, just like we saw, like we mentioned in the local government election organized by the State Independent Electoral Commission, in any state at all, where the ruling party in that state will always get all the positions. It seems also now to be also playing out at the even this is election conducted by INEC. This is not election conducted by State Electoral Commission, right? This is conducted by INEC. And of course, you know, they've been this talk about, State Electoral Commission should not conduct local government election. In fact, there's this move to say, okay, INEC should now be the ones to conduct local government elections because of this kind of a thing. But we also see playing out here, even at the national level, where states, parties that are in control of the various states are the one that, winning all the position in those states. Is that something of concern to you?
Well, you see, the 2023 election and the outcome really left a serious scar on the INEC. Whether it is a state independent electoral commission or the independent National Electoral Commission, there is no much difference. Nigerians have so much lost confidence in the INEC that even if the national body of INEC conducts election at the local, it is not likely to be anything different. So that's why people are saying there is no difference. So INEC, the manner of appointing the national chairman and the SEC, states independent, the manner of appointing their chairman has always raised contention. And people are saying that the National Assembly, which though is populated by the ruling party anyway, has to take over the responsibility of appointing whoever that handles the INEC work. But until we get that, we still have the INEC now. But the truth of the matter is that the way the INEC has over the years conducted election in Nigeria has not been salutary enough. And except something drastic is done to change that trajectory, Nigeria is going to have even the worst election as we go into the next round of national election, the way things are panning. In a place or in a country where every round of election is being contested to the point that the courts now decide our elections or the result of the election, is a very lamentable situation. We thought that after a credible election, everybody goes to your house and say, commend INEC. But since the INEC led by Mahmoud Yakubu bungled, as it were, in the eye of Nigeria, some Nigerians, that the 2023 election was bungled, that man has not lived beyond that allegation. And whatever he does today is being seen in that light. So until he redeemed himself, he is still being seen as a compromised umpire. So, and it is on that note that Nigeria believe that there are still some hanky-panky business that are being done, even at the last election. And the winning by some parties, whether they are in Anambra, whether they are in Oyo, whether they are in Kano or in Kaduna, were not as transparent as they should be. And that gives anybody a serious concern, a cause concern about the future of election in Nigeria. We are going into some other elections that are very serious. In November now, we are going to Anambra. And for governorship. Yes. Only God knows what will happen there. You know, in election, off-season election is even more critical because all the security apparatus and every other thing will be focused on that state. And people say it is even easy to hijack a state because if a ruling party at the center decides to hijack a state that has the election only one day, just like what happened in Edo State, people have not stopped saying that that election was rigged. They may be right or they may be wrong because election held that in that state just that particular election, the security apparatus, everything was moved into that place to conduct that election. So if it were a nationwide election, it will not be as difficult as it is, or the controversy wouldn't have been wouldn't have arisen to the point that people are saying that they moved everything there in order to hijack the election. So it's a terrible decision that we need that people are making already.
Yeah. Chuka, we are just trying to bring out issues of concern, you know, as far as this last by-election that we saw is concerned, you know. So there's something too that we must also raise here. We discovered that for instance, Anambra State, where APGA won, even APC is complaining. Now, in other states where APC won, other political parties are also complaining. There's complaint about the election was not fair. There was some sort of manipulation and all of that. So, so the question now is that why has this become? It's like we are stuck. You know, every time we have election and winners are announced, the party that has lost will complain, even when they have won. For instance, APC that has won most of the seats, APC itself is also complaining. For instance, in Anambra, that there were manipulation, they were not allowed to vote. So the question is, can't party just accept the fact that they have lost and then accept defeat and then move on without complaining? I mean,
Just let me start this way.
Because it seems that we are stuck in this kind of situation. Nobody wants to accept the fact that they have lost or they have been defeated.
Let me start this way. A developing nation is one that is in the process of going toward development, and it means some things are being done to achieve development. But we find ourselves in a society called Nigeria where we are perpetually developing nation. And because we are developing, or we are not developed, or we are not ready to develop, everything about us is also developing, including our democracy. Democracy in Nigeria is supposed to have by now, since 1999, that some of us came to see. Let us not talk about Second Republic and all those Shagari days. But from Obasanjo time to now, over 16 years, 18 years or 26 years, uninterrupted democracy. Yet, the most frustrating thing about democracy or our electoral process is that it gets worse incrementally. The election in 2011 is better than the one in 2015. The one in 2015 is better than the one
in 2019.
And then like that.
The one in 2023.
So, we have not seen the worst yet. Because if what we have seen in the last few elections after 2023, these local government and by-election,
and the states
are what we use the yardstick for us to judge the progression or what we are making progress. It means there's a lot to fear. So what I want to say in essence is that our democracy or electoral process is not getting better because as a nation we are not maturing, we are not developing. In developed world, that is the other societies like America, Britain, and the rest of them, one day everything is done and everybody goes his normal business. But why every party is complaining where it loses is because the same people are rotating within the circle. It is the same people, so they know what is. Well, if you and I were in one party before, you now move to the other party. There was a time two of us were discussing how we are going to rig the election. So
against the other party.
Yes, you know my tactics. You must have applied that tactics that known to you and I to outdo me. So that's why everybody is complaining.
Yes, they know.
Nobody is. We know what Joshua did to do this, to rig this election. And maybe because, as my colleague pointed out earlier, the way we appoint people who oversee or supervise the electoral process is faulty. If INEC, for instance, is actually independent in the real sense of it will just sit aloof and allow the process to go. Then it comes back to now decide based on the laws guiding elections. But this one, even INEC itself doesn't apply the laws. What we'll have in our hand now is INEC will do one part as in stage one of winning election. Then the judiciary will complete.
We complete the process.
So at the end of the day, INEC will not even take responsibility for what eventually happened. So what I want to say in final analysis is that we have a problem of the fact that our electoral process and the democracy itself is not maturing. So everything that comes from that, we cannot expect it to be better than what produced it.
Yeah.
Like the elections produced by INEC. INEC is largely compromised, and it's not. They are not even remorseful.
Not hidden, and
there's not. Those who are doing it are not remorseful. That if after 2003 election, a country voted money, decided on a particular new process,
and the chairman did not resign.
The chairman did not resign, and there was no protest. Nobody said anything. The man is free. Now asking everybody to cooperate with the INEC. What kind of cooperation again? So it's a very sad development that gives a very gloomy or bleak picture of what we are going to see going forward. Because the people who were produced by 2023 election are not people that I can, honestly say they're going to make things better. Because if somebody tells you can get to power anyhow, by any means, if you say you can get to power by any means, then if he finds out somebody who comes to power by any means, what do you think the person will do? You say he will even shake hands. Because as bad as what happened last Saturday was, we see even president is not at home, but he's congratulating the people and praising the party who outdid other parties.
Yeah, his party won, so the president should congratulate his
we are in a very deep mess as far as this.
No, if I could add anything to what he has said, you see, the process has so much been compromised to the point that even what the government is doing for the judges, government is building houses, dashing them cars, dashing them a lot of things, and the case is going to their courts and they are going to be the final arbiter of election that is being contested. So your guess is as good as mine, what you're expecting them, because that was what one governor was doing in Rivers State the other time. Somebody was saying if you visited some of the lodges he built for the judges, there's no way anybody could say that this person can go to court and fail.
And they equipped the court very well.
So that is exactly what is happening in our electoral process. And like my colleague has said, we are hearing about amendment to electoral acts and all manner of these things. And the question is, who are the people who are going to champion this? Those who came to power through untoward means, fraudulent means. So you cannot put your finger on whatever they do because the process is already compromised. And so Nigeria, like he has said, is in a serious mess. As we move closer to 2027, it should bother every genuine Nigerian that we're in a very critical moment and in a very deep mess, and something has to change.
Okay, but I think we should be a bit more cautious, in saying that 2023 those who came to, because of course a situation where the election it has been contested, even to the point where the Supreme Court has ruled. I mean, I think we should just accept the fact that that's how it is.
You invited us here to analyze, to say what you have seen, what we see.
What we see.
So we are not children. We have been following the process, and we know what is good and what is bad. And we are still.
Let me come back to you with this question. ADC, something there's something that should be of interest to us here. As a matter of fact, ADC is emerging as perhaps the strongest or the main opposition party as we, begin to count towards, count down to 2027. As a matter of fact, it's like PDP is receding, so to say, and ADC is, getting stronger. The coalition, coalition. But surprisingly, in this by-election, ADC didn't get any seats. But this is the political party that people are looking forward to, contesting strongly against the current administration in 2027. Does this tell us anything?
It doesn't tell anything. It's a wrong reading by anybody who believes that ADC did not perform anything.
Okay.
The ADC that contested the last Saturday election was the ADC of old, the original party. The coalition is still being built.
Okay.
The coalition has not come into effect. There is no machinery that you can say this is the. In fact, it's a
work in progress.
It's a work in progress. People are trying to amalgamate to see how they can come together. In fact, you can say that, for instance, today that Atiku Abubakar, he had declared he had left PDP openly,
Yes, yeah.
but that party has not got a chairman. What they have is just a pro tem chairman in David Mark. It is not as if they have started doing anything. The African Democratic Congress that contested the Saturday election was the old party. And by the way, their processes had been concluded before they even started all these things. So it is very wrong for anybody and uncharitable for anybody to say that, we defeated, they didn't do anything, ADC didn't do anything. ADC has not done anything in the past. Which election had ADC won in this country until now? So there is, I think, food is being cooked by those who joined that party. And it is very premature for anybody to say that the water that I'm putting on fire now must have boiled to the point I'm using it to do anything. That thing is too premature. They have not started. So do not arrogate the failure or whatever to the coalition. The coalition is not the ADC. Yeah. So that point should be made and made clearly. I don't belong to ADC, but I have sat down to really understand what really happened on that Saturday. It's just like Labour Party. Labour Party was in crisis. The INEC did not even recognize anybody under Labour Party because all the people that were under Labour were disqualified because Abure at that time has ceased to be this thing. So INEC, in its own wisdom, did not recognize any of them. Anybody that went to stand the election under Labour Party was already defeated before the election. So we should be clear on this matter because it won't be okay for us to stay here and the people will be saying that ADC was trounced or something like that. We read the in between lines and know that these things are not really correct.
Yeah, I agree with you, but then people actually expected them to, put on
there is no expectation.
Even if one seat.
There is no expectation.
I think the expectation was based on the caliber of people who
have moved to, who have taken over that party now.
With that, But don't forget that ADC is just being used as a leverage to form the coalition. It's been adopted to form the coalition. And the coalition is not yet, P2B is still a Labour Party man, and he doesn't hide it. The only thing that this time around, I think he supported the ADC candidate in Anambra, who didn't go anywhere. He scored 1,000 something votes. So the point remains that there's crisis, and we just have to admit that. We are hoping that if ADC the coalition is formed using ADC as a platform. That's when you can even describe it as a formidable party. Yet, it's not a political party yet.
It's not.
Because those who are coming to leverage that party are still, identifying
with the other individual parties. They are not part of this. So
the ADC is not, nobody should talk about it.
Yeah, so as we begin to wrap up, so let me ask you this last question. What is your greatest fear ahead of 2027 election? Do you have any fear at all? Or what if you have? What's your greatest concern? Really, maybe not fear, greatest concern.
It's not about concern. It's not about fear. The thing is that I may sound pessimistic. I do not see the election go different from what happened in 2023, because all the signs are pointing towards that. Nigerians have started the registration again with INEC, the ongoing continuous registration exercise, which was done in 2022, and everybody was very happy and all that. So would that amount to anything? Our fingers are crossed. The fear there is that the crop of politicians we have and the kind of money they move about, they will not want anybody to challenge them at all levels. So they have stockpiled a lot of money, and they will continue to stockpile a lot of money to do battle with anybody at any length. So I do not think that the election will be free. The election will be fair. It will still be, maybe we can hope of a free and fair election from 2031, and that's how I look at it.
All right. Thank you so very much, gentlemen, Mr. Uroku and Mr. Zebulon Agomo, for joining me today on the BDTV Roundtable. And this is where we wrap it up. Thank you so very much for watching until we come your way again next week, Wednesday. Remain blessed. My name is Joshua Bass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national interest, be they political, social, or economy, as they affect you, and of course, as they affect me as well. Today, we turn our focus to politics, and we're going to be looking at the last Saturday by-election conducted by INEC across 12 states of the Federation, where the APC sort of, assert itself, as it were, grabbing about 16 of the legislative, 12 of the 16 legislative, seats that were contested by the various political parties. Since the election, so many people have said, oh, look, APC is showing strength ahead of 2027. And of course, other political parties have also said, look, the election was not really free and fair. I mean, there have been allegation, there have been accusation and counter-accusation across party lines. And so today we'll be discussing this issue, and I have with me in the house to discuss this Mr. Zebulon Agomo, who is the Sunday editor of BusinessDay newspaper. Mr. Zeb, welcome.
Thank you for...
And as well as Mr. Uroku, who is the assistant